bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Hello, peoples. Hello, hello. Why add a no start yet? Hello? 대난다요. Anyway, hello everybody. Oh, now it starts. Fucking Christ on a bike. Anyway. Hello everybody. I see Hooded is causing shit. Do you want to get lifetime ban? It's free. Do you want lifetime ban? I give ban. Alright, who we got here? Hi Jargin! And Hooded. I'm not saying hi to you. I take it back. No hi for Hooded. Papa T, hello, hello. Kid Thor, hello. Exactly, Kid Thor. Exactly. Deserves a swift kick up the ass for that. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, Hooded. Just saying. My holiday was good though. I just want to check quick sticks on a Facebook quick sticks. I just want to see if my father-in-law has uploaded the pictures. So if you don't know, I went to the Kruger for holiday. I was posting some pictures in the Discord, but the person with the fancy camera, in other words, not me, took amazing pictures. And I will share them with you guys. Either he's gonna post them on Facebook, or because he sent them on WhatsApp as well. Hi Yaku, thank you for the head pats. He may have uploaded on the book as well, and then I can just share it from the book. Let's see. You apologized, did you though? Were you actually sorry? Or you just you're not sorry for what you did, you're just sorry because you got caught? Alright, so it looks like he hasn't uploaded. To be fair, who still uses Facebook these days? Anyway, I'll see if I can find a way to share the WhatsApp ones. But how is everybody? How was everybody's Christmas? Are y'all still trying to survive your food babies, your food comas? Did you guys eat anything tasty? Did you bring any to share with the class? How was your Christmas, Papa T? I saw that beautiful picture of your family. I think you posted it on Instagram, on your story. Hope you guys had an amazing time, and hope Mama T is doing well. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chilling with the homies, welcome homies. Hey, Making it macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, homies. How was your stream, Sydney? Ah, radical rice. I can't read. Welcome. I want to call you Radical if that's okay. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to the posse. I have not started. I am going to start, but I have not started. How was your stream and what were you up to? I actually have a tab open to myself now. Pardon. Just let me pick someone else quickly. Marcelino streaming. Let's just jump in there quick. Do not need to have my own stream open. There we go. We're good.
Hello.
Radical's cool. Fantastic.
Excuse me.
Perfect. Perfect. Mio Lane, thank you for the follow and welcome, welcome to the posse. How
Hello.
hello, motherfuckers. How was Sid's stream? Was he teaching you the way of the Genshans? What were you up to today, Sid? Your internet is not super great. Stop by to say hi. No worries, Dan. Hope you're having an awesome holiday. Pretending that snow is real or whatever it is you guys do up there in the north. Anyway, I'm capped on racing. Let me go, guys, I'm so far behind. I haven't done anything since I went on vacays. I've like done the bare minimum every day, and that was it. So yeah. Helped you reach 150k. AR40. Oh, damn! Weekly reset stuffs, and then Windtrace. Listen, if Windtrace didn't exist, my life would be at least like 4 times better, yeah? Specifically 4. Did it damage showcase? Nice! Oh man. I was looking at my damage with a friend. His highest damage was like, I think it might have been like 460k, and I was like, what the fuck, bro? Because we were like having a pissing contest looking at our stats in the Abyss. And I didn't realize. I thought my Etor's highest damage was 160k. He did like 230 or something. And I was like, nani? So that was pretty nice. But, yeah. Pissing contests. Can't remember why I was talking about that, but anyway. Oh, damage. Okay. I haven't done this Abyss, Sydney. I did the last Abyss, like, basically when it reset. And then I kind of forgot about Abyss until just now when you mentioned it, actually. So I haven't, I ain't done shit, basically. The last one whipped my ass. I think I only got like 30 stars, and I was like, you know what, this is enough. And I left it at that. I was like, I'm done, actually. I do not want to get more. So yeah, snow is real, warm weather is fake news. You come over here, Dan. You come to South Africa and say that to my face. And we'll see if you even make it to me, because I can assure you, you would have turned into a puddle of sweat before you even get that far. So that said, it is very hot today. I'm sitting here with fluffy PJ pants on, so, you know, maybe it's not real after all. It was all a lie. Funded by the government. Not my government, because my government doesn't have money. Someone else's government funded it. As cool cards, car cards. Yeah. Kind of. I don't know. I'm not struggling too much, but my brain has been a little bit wonkies. For the whole of last week, actually. I was freezing my ass off. In the Kruger, I was freezing my ass off. I was wearing jeans in the Kruger. That's some cray shit for show. It is not supposed to be jean weather in the Kruger, but there I was. Ah! My god! My ears and my heart. Yoda! Thank you! 15 months! Jeez. Imagine. Imagine, Yoda. So long. Thank you, friend. Damn. That's mad shit, yo. Thank you for 15 months. Being my friend. How you doing, Yoda? How's the weathers treating you? Also, everybody, like I asked earlier, how's your holidays? And no one answered, so I assume you're all working hard and studying hard. None of you got a holiday. None of you been doing anything but working slave labor over here. Well, I guess Dan answered. It was a gifty from Jogwell. Was it? Oh, it didn't say. It said you subscribed. There's no gift. Was it like a recurring one, maybe? You're relaxing in the mountains? Oh man, that sounds so nice. Just for the peace and quiet. Like we went to the Kruger and it was cool, but it wasn't a relaxing holiday. Not by a long shot. We were up early, going to bed late. Ah, I don't know what I want. Shit. Let's hold off on that one for now. We'll come back to it. That little red blippy's gonna annoy me. Let's go. 5 star. 4 star. No star. Okay, cool. Well, I didn't want anything anyway. Hey, Bubba D. You touched grass today. Ew. Animals pee on grass, Yoda. Why would you touch grass? That's kind of weird, man. That's kind of weird. Why are you touching grass? Hope you washed your hands afterwards. That stuff's dirty. Ew. You did wash your hands? Okay. And what curry did you have for dinner tonight, Yoda? That whole time I was trying not to laugh out loud. Am I wrong? What did you have? Hi, Mao! Welcome, welcome. How are you doing, Mao? You're first. Mao asking me, like, just before I was about to start stream earlier, he's like, are you streaming? I'm like, yes. And he's late to the party. You had a burger. Was it the curry burger? No, sorry, I'm joking. I need to stop being a little shit. Oh, Lord. Fuck, that's gonna keep bamboozling me. Guys, I need to do, there's weekly resets, there's events, because I'm behind. I started saying this and then I got distracted. I haven't done this event. I think I might have accidentally done the dialogue because I walked past someone and I got yoinked into a story. So I need to do this because I have 6 days left. And then I need to do... Ugh. I need to go do that as well. And I figured out why I don't like wind trays. And I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I was reading on Reddit because apparently a lot of people don't like it. And very simply, it is forced co-op. And I do not like... I don't like to be forced into doing anything, let alone co-op. I have most of my playtime in Genshin single player. But like, damn. This is forced. Curry burgers sounds good though. I'm sure there are curry burgers. I know that God, it was years ago. I haven't had it in a long time. But there was a veggie burger from McDonald's, and I swear they had at the very least turmeric in it. They may have had something else, but the patty, like if you bit into it, you could see there was like yellow staining on the inside. Might have been pea, I guess, pea-coated chicken, but like I swear they had some kind of like to give it flavor, you know, like they had some kind of powder in there. You like it when your ass isn't bleeding? I don't know if we want to ask, Puppety. Are you okay, friend? You'll force me into co-op? You'll make me cry, Yoda. You know me, on Wednesdays we do car. Oh my god, that's gonna get me every single time. Okay, let's focus. I don't need to spend resin, I don't need to do dailies, because I'll do that later. But I do need to go do that story, so let's jump. Wait. We're doing weeklies as well, right? Nyum. I was sitting yesterday looking at all my characters, and I very nearly... Who was it for? Jan! Very nearly made a weapon for her, but then I realized I have like a spare Favonius, so I was like, yeah, it's fine, she can have that. She's got shitty shits on, but it's okay, I think. For now. I'll build her properly someday. I just need more pieces. Yeah, because I changed my stuff around. My parties. That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, your booty hole should not be leaking anything really. Oh, I'm in the way. Fuck! Okay. No, wrong button. Is that gonna work? Oh, that one's gonna work. The other one, I'm not gonna work. Well, it's fine. So I've changed my electro team. It's technically an aggravate team. Changed my fire team. It's got Yunfei now because I was like, I've never been able to play her before and I want to play her now. So Geo hasn't changed. This has changed a little bit because I've added Mona, but I was busy looking at her build and I had like a weird build. Her stats are kind of all over the place, but it doesn't matter too much. I have her on some kind of like hydro support build now. So that's what I'm running in my freeze team at the moment. Ice ice baby. This was rational, but I changed it. So this one is electric boogaloo 2 because I don't have enough characters for the full writing of the name. Spicy cookies. This is literally just aggravate. Wait. I don't know what... Oh. I have two different teams. I haven't decided which one I want to play. Spicy cookies. I have reaction soup, which is what I'm currently working on. And then the rest. These ones don't change. Those ones stay the same. I posted on the Discord. But I think I've changed this since I posted on the Discord. In any case, we will be... Oh wait, we don't need them out, yeah? Oh my god. Anyway, guys. It's been, yeah. That's the end of the sentence. It's been. I wish we could earn the coins with friends. I think the only problem with that is like people would like, I don't want to say cheat the system, but basically just AFK and let their friends win, and they wouldn't want that. But I don't know why it matters, to be honest, because that's what I would prefer. I want to try reaction soup, just for the lols, if I have to fight anything. Unlikely necessary, but you know. I'm almost out of characters to friendship level, so that's cool. Also, how was your holiday? It was good. It was not relaxing, you know, like a holiday should be. Because we'd wake up early and then go to bed late. And yeah, we'd be out like on game drives the entire day. We saw leopards basically every day. I didn't see a single lion, but the family, so myself, Ray, and I think it was his sister, we all stayed home because we were feeling really tired after a very early morning. And that one drive that we didn't go on is when they saw lions. The rest of the time we saw leopards a lot. But yeah, it was good. Good food, good company. Got to see lots of things. I had a lot of fun. It was actually really nice. And then just went for dinner at the parents' house. Not my parents, of course. Ray's parents. Went to his parents' house for Christmas dinner. Christmas lunch, technically. It was really nice. But yeah. Hi, Bubble BF. Bubble BF. Guys, I was watching, what is it called? Big Mouth? I think it's Big Mouth. But there's one called Human Resources or something, which is like a spin-off. And the one character always says Bubble BF. But she says it with like a hell of an accent, which I can't do. Anyway. You were eating at doggy places. I mean, that might be the problem. Even if you go to a dodgy place, Puppety. Dodgy and doggy places, not places to be eating. You're on holiday right now. You're at grandma's place. Is grandma feeding you? That's what grandmas be all about, yo. Feeding their babies. Giving them the good. Also, Joggin, thank you earlier for doing the shout out there for Sid. My brain is buffering. Guys, I hadn't streamed for like 10 days. I think I've forgotten how to do this. Because I don't know what I'm doing. My brain is... it's overcooked with not knowing what I'm doing. Hi, V! Is it okay if I call you V? Is that okay? Is that cool? How are you doing? Yoda! No. I ban you. Why you shout me out, sir? How could you? Also, nice. Spatu! It's nice that it's doing like a little linky dinks there in the chat now. That's kind of cute. You did the thing? Yeah, I don't know what the thing is. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. But the people need to know. For the people who are here currently, hello, welcome. I think I didn't introduce myself to the raiders earlier, but welcome everyone. My name is Tato, variety streamer from South Africa, as it says in the little blurb there. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. Is my main boo, my main slice. Has been for 2+ years. And I also do cosplay. So if that's something you like. I sometimes do face cam streams. Are we just straight up fighting? Yeah, we're straight up fighting today. That's fine. We can try the reaction soup. I'm kind of interested to give it a shot. Because I don't know how Jan works. I've never noticed before. She's actually wearing a corset. Huh. That's kind of hot though, girly. Check the tweeters. Yeah. I will check the tweeters after stream. Oh fuck, that's gonna get me every time. I swear to God. Give me peace. In my brain, in my heart, give me peace. So grandma's been feeding you, Hooded. What kind of stuff has she been feeding you? No, that is not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Not saying this to make anyone sad or anything, but all of my grandparents have passed away. But like, grandma's food was always the best food, and especially during holidays. Because then grandma would just feed you the entire time. Blessed. I used to spend a lot of time with my mother's mother. And her name was just Granny. It's just Granny. And then my other Granny was Granny Wendy. Because that was her name. But also, fun fact, my grandparents, my grandfathers, one was called Ronald and one was called Donald. At least not McDonald, because then it would have been Ronald McDonald. Which would have been Terry bad, I think. But it's okay, we're fine. We just got Ronald and Donald. But yes, grandparents, grandma's food in particular. 10 out of 10. Whoop, 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 whoop. I scuffed that. This is okay. Oh, yeah. I forgot how to play this game. Fuck, shit, crap. So much for reaction soup. More like just fucking disappointment. What am I doing? Also, I wanted to know, has anyone been struggling with lag lately in Genshin? If you play co-op. I don't know about like single player or anything. But in particular. In co-op. Has anyone been struggling with any kind of lag? Oh yeah? Soup? Okay, I kind of like that soup. That was some good soup, man. Yeah, I like that. Because I don't know if it was happening Oh, it was actually happening yesterday when I was playing with Mao and Adam. And then this past week, every time Ray and I do stuff together, there's kind of like, in domains in particular, there's things that like teleport around. They like slide across the map. And I haven't seen that since the beginning of the game. Not any more than usual. Oh? Oh yeah? Have you seen the sliding as well? Yeah. Okay, so there was an issue. I don't know. And it's not ping. It's not ping, it's because, well, I don't know, maybe the ping number's not reflecting correctly or anything, but like, that was kind of frustrating. I think it was happening in boss fights as well. Ah! I need to make my soup, and I need to put all the ingredients in the pot to make the soup, okay? Why are you guys nowhere near the soup? The soup pot. How am I supposed to make soup if you're far away? Bunch of assholes. Oh, you got it on stream, Yoda? Oh, man, it's been weird because, okay, I don't know if I've seen other players sliding around, but we were doing, it was the VV domain. Not Mao knowing the names of the fucking domains, and Adam and I just sitting there like, the VV Maidens one? In any case, yeah, we were doing that domain, and the, you know, is it the Electro Fatui? I just wanted energy, and all I got was bullshit. That's fine. Come over here, you dingaling. I smacked him too far. Oh! Janne! This woman's vicious. She does not give a single fuck. Not a single fuck was given. Oh, I need to swirls before I do that. Anyway. Oh, Electro Season Mage. She was sliding around. And it was annoying because we kept trying to group them up. And it would just yoink away. Anyway. Oh, you were looking at... Oh, fair enough. Your Kokumi went whoosh, or Jargon's Kokumi went whoosh. I wonder what's going on that it did that. Because, yeah, we were having that issue as well. About as normal, kind of yoinking around. Oh, that's the wrong waypoint, isn't it? God damn it. Why am I like this? 11 months, 20 days. Oh my god, it's almost been a year, Puppety. That's close for me. Also, it's my anniversary in what? 3 weeks? So that's kind of cool. That's kind of exciting. I don't know what to do for it. Do we have long stream? Do we play anything in particular? Because it'll be my 2nd anniversary. I need to go find out what day it's on and everything. What did you play on your first stream? Would you believe me if I said Genshin? Because I feel like it was probably Genshin. Start the new year with a year of friendship. Hell yeah! Oh! I just heard a weird beep in my ear. That's cool, I guess.
何か忘れているような。まあいいでしょう。また思い出したら誰かに届けてもらえばいいだけのことです。
Couldn't be me. Here's a 5-star for me. Who is it, Yoda? Who is my 5-star? Also, guys, I'm so conflicted. I don't know for the upcoming polls what to do. Like, so we have Raiden's up next. I got a tie-tie. I'll take that. I wouldn't mind cons on my Tanari. Maybe. Maybe what I can do. I don't know if I'd be able to get people to join in on it, but if for my 2nd anniversary, we have a day of twos. Poverty. That gave me up, right? I was like, why can I hear my own voice? What did I do? Because it's the 2nd anniversary, right? Oh, you're not big enough to yoink? That's fine. Ow. Oops. Oh my god, I'm getting bounce partied over here. I just want energy. I'm asking for too much. Okay, we didn't soup properly this time, but energy is a bit of a premium at the moment. Fucking Oz, bro! Can you not be so aggressive for no reason? Let the hilly trolls live their lives. Oh! Did they just disappear? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus! Cool. Anyway, if I find a bunch of co-op games to play with people, because it's the 2nd anniversary, let it be on a Tuesday. Oh, it is on a Tuesday! Oh my god! Also, I started talking about the banners and then I got distracted. My anniversary is on a Tuesday. It is the 2nd anniversary and we are going to be playing co-op games. So I'm gonna have maybe like a sign up or something if anyone wants to play like a 2-player or multiplayer thing, but it needs to be 2 only. So me and someone else, we will play a game for a bit. Among Us, Puppeteer, I'd rather die a slow and painful death than play Among Us. Sorry to say. Sorry, Puppeteer. Anything but that. Anything. Not Among Us, not Duck Duck Goose, not... what's that other one? There's another one, I just can't think of the name now. You didn't sound sorry? I mean, I wasn't really, to be fair. It's a well-known fact that I do not like that game. Or any kind of deceptive games. I can't play them. It's like, why would I hinder myself by playing a game I'm going to instantly fail in, you know? Like, not even a moment of hesitation to lose. I'm going to instant lose. Because the guilt will eat away at my soul. I can't. I suck at those games. There was another game that I didn't want to play for a long time. Because one of my friends was like, oh yeah, it's about being manipulative and deceptive. And I was like, what the fuck? Among Us people stream snipe? Yeah, I mean, that's also an issue. Kazuha hasn't had a rerun in some time. He might get one soon. Yes, well, actually, my boyfriend has offered to fund a Kazuha for me, so I don't have to worry about that one at least. But my problem, I'm not going for any of the current or the next upcoming banner, but in the next patch, we have... In the beginning, we have Ham Ham. Ham Ham and Yao Yao, and I really want Yao Yao. Then there's Hutao, what was it? Hutao Eula or something? It was something weird. And then there's someone else. There's a banner after that. So there's two banners in between. Shenhe, who I also really wanted. And then the banner after Shenhe is Baizhu, who I have wanted since the game started. So I'm fucking conflicted. Like, do I skip one? Do I skip Ham Ham and go for... Oh, is it Yelan? Do I skip Ham Ham and go Shenhe Baizhu? Or like, what the fuck do I do with myself, you know? We could play It Takes Two. We're just not going to finish it. We'll play up until wherever we get, like in an hour or two. Depends how many people want to play. And how many games I have or can get. Because there's a sale at the moment. So I'm going to look at like... Maybe I should write down suggestions. I have It Takes Two already, thankfully. Let me fight these guys and I'll go write down Time Splitters. Are we gonna make soup? Are we gonna make soup? Come here. Soup? 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 Did it start raining? Or is that my... Oh, it's my rain. Never mind. I just bamboozled myself. Ah, it looked like it was raining in-game and I was like, not a chance, bro. Ah. Boken da boken. I wish I had another con for Jean though. Anyway, let me write this down. I don't know Time Splitters. Time Splitters 2 specifically. The other one was It Takes Two. If anyone wants to play that and doesn't mind only playing it for like an hour, that's fine. Because like obviously I don't want to sit and play one game the whole day. Anyway. Kazuha might be on one of them. That's the thing, like, okay, so the thing I looked at Hooded didn't have Kazuha at all, and I was like, when the fuck is this boy coming back? Because y'all know I want him. So that was confusing. But yes, so those are four characters that I really want at the moment. Played on the original Xbox. Damn. The only thing I played on Xbox, I think, was Halo games. Because I didn't have an Xbox. I was using someone else's. That's another game I need to finish. You game for anything? Ah, we'll find something, Mama. But yes, I do have quite a lot. I was actually looking at my Steam. You'll be working. I mean, if I do a longer stream... Oh, man, Man, can you please write a letter to your president and be like, hey, man, can you stop your shit? And by shit, I mean, stop your fucking time shifting. Because you finish at like 11 PM, yeah? We can maybe play something at the end of the day if you want. Immune to pyro? Oh, that's fine. Doesn't matter too much. Midnight! Wait, I thought you finished at 11. Oh my god. Unless I got past midnight, but that might be a bit much. It's fine. We'll figure something out. But, yeah, if I... So, can you not? Can you actually not? Just give me energy. I know you're not going to take damage, but... Oh, there we go. Swoop! Whoop, 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 whoop. Get him, Oz! Oz is carrying her, obviously. My build for Fischl has changed a bit, so she doesn't do as big damage, but I built her for an aggravate team. So I swapped some things around. You'll take the week off? I mean, if you need time off, then definitely. Is this on Switch yet? No, Puppety. And I'm going to tell you now, give up all hope of it ever happening. Because the rest of us have. Oh yeah, I wanted to have a look at my Steam. So I don't know Time Splitters, but like I said, I'll take a look at it. I've wrote in it. English. I'm no longer an English teacher. I've forgotten how to speak English. Goddamn. I said I was going to look at my Steam, because I do have a bunch of games that I can do like 2-player. But if it's the 2nd anniversary on a Tuesday... Grounded is on... Wait, I wanted to get Grounded on that other Xbox Game Pass thingy, my bobby. Oh, there's a lot of talking in my ear currently. Cool. Your wife wanted it on Switch? Oh, sorry, Poverty. I've given up. I think a lot of people have given up, to be fair. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Is that Borderlands? Tiny Tina. That's the little bunny girl, isn't it? Oh my god, there's a unicorn. What is this? I haven't played Borderlands since God was a child, though. That is who Tiny Tina is, right? I'm not losing my mind. There's no pictures of her. It's D&D themed? Oh, okay. Well, that makes... that. I saw a giant mushroom creature and a dragon. So... And there's an onion knight, apparently. Did they make new characters for this? There's a lich. Skelly Bobs. That actually looks really cool. Very positive reviews. Why didn't I get to see Tiny Tina, though? It was like a tiny picture of her. Not helpful, Steam. Okay, wait, I was looking at sales. So... This... It's... Oh, man, it's recommending so many cute games to me. Stop it, Steam! Dungeon Oh! Okay, I see. That's kind of cute, though. Alright, so... As for stream games... Let's see. Do you guys remember, Kukoro? We haven't played Kukoro since February. The 15th. That was a long time ago. I think that was before I got COVID. Okay, so... I have a game called Shift Happens, which I know is a co-op game. You remember Kukoro? Oh my god, Shift Happens is literally like 16 Rand currently. Just a sec. I got a juice delivery. Peanuts, what the fuck? What the fuck? How could you? Peanuts! Anyway, Shift Happens is a 2-player game. I don't know if anyone would want to play that. What else do I have? Mine and Jogget's favorite game. Overcooked 2. That's something else that we could play. Fable 2? No, no, no. Puppety, it's not games that have 2 in the name. It's for co-op. Should be playing games with the two in it. No, the whole point is that it's two people. And I'm celebrating my 2nd anniversary. So I want to celebrate it with the people who are here. That's like the point. That's all the games I was looking at. It was all co-op things. Yeah, Game Pass. I don't know if I still have Game Pass or whatever, or if that other game's still on Game Pass. If not, I might just buy it. Buy it on Steam during the sale, because it's like 400 Rand now, which is not bad. On a Tuesday! No, I understand Puppety, but it doesn't make sense for me to play Fable 2. It doesn't make sense for me to sit and play games by myself the whole day when I'm celebrating with you guys, not just playing games like I normally do. So that's why I said I'll create a sign-up sheet, and then people can, if anyone wants to play anything, then we can look at doing that. There's Ibn Ob. Let me write these down as well. Jargon, you said you played Ibn Ob with Jenny, right? You guys enjoyed that. There's also Kiwi, which technically Jargon and I have finished, but if anyone wants to play it again with me, I'll just sit and watch them solve all the puzzles, because I'll well have remembered all of them, because we only completed it recently. For a minute? You only played it for a minute? Hey. What's sign up sheet like a dance card? Fable 2 is co-op? Yeah, but it's also like 100 years old. But I want like little, you know, not hectic gameplay story things. I am 100 years old. That's why I know how old Fable is. Duh. Hi, Wes. Also, what's Mao privileges? Okay, wait. No, I have to check now. I don't know what Time Splitters is, or if that's even a co-op game, or if it's just something because it had a 2 in it. Thanks for the lurkies, Peanut. I hope you're doing well, friend. Sorry if I missed a message earlier. Thanks for the lurkies, Yoda. I saw you said, oh. This is a PlayStation 2 game. Puppety, I'm gonna ban you. Actually gonna ban you, sir. I'm not playing games with 2 in the name. I'm playing games that I can play two people. If anyone has any recommendations. Also, 4-player co-op. It's on PlayStation, bro. What? Marvel Ultimate Alliance. 4-player co-op. No, no 4-player. 2-player only. You got old today? Is it your birthday today, Wes? I actually have 2 friends who had their birthday today as well. Don't they have on Steam like a, if you enjoy this, you'll enjoy this game? Happy birthday, Wes. You skip any sign up? No, but you see, the reason why there's a sign up is if there's a game in particular that you want to play, then you have to like be like, okay, I want this. Yeah, Puppety, check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay. Give me like this. Human Fall Flat. FIFA! Unravel! This game was cute. Do I have it? I don't. Okay, I'm gonna add... Oh, there's 2. There's Unravel and Unravel 2. Is this the co-op? Is the first one not co-op? Fuck, I kinda want both, man. Is this co-op? It's not. But I might as well get both, because they cost Whoa, why did my Steam turn into dollars? What the fuck? That's weird. Overcooked 2 is co-op? It is. But you can play it with just 2 people. So that's on the list. Why did my Steam switch into dollars? What the... Go back into... Thank you. Go back into rands. It's 50 rand for both. Thank you, I'll take that. Stick that shit in my pocket. Yeah, Jargon... I mentioned Overcooked 2 earlier because Jargon and I have suffered through that game. Guys, I'm so tempted to get Grounded on Steam. Just because I hate using fucking Xbox bullshit. God, it gives me such a headache thinking about it. Listen! Fishuru! Yamete! She's so loud all the time. I know I'm supposed to be playing Genshins, but you're going to say Unravel? You got shouted at for giving me a PlayStation 2 game, Puppetea. Not only PlayStation 2, but it's not a co-op game. Sir, please. Do not conflate the reasoning. Okay, do you know what actually? I'm just gonna take a seat over here quickly while we chat. Okay. Is everybody comfy? Xbox app is actual ass. It is! Rich, right? The pass is nice. Using the app, not so nice. I upgraded. Yeah, I've got 2 screens now. It's very fancy. It's just because I look to one side very often and I'm like, there's no screen there. What am I looking at? You've eaten ass. It tastes better than the Xbox app. I mean, it depends on the ass, surely. Yeah, Grounded looks really fun and it's only 400 at the moment. It's tempting. It is tempting. Project Zomboid. Wasn't fuck, why was I gonna say Anthony? Who the fuck's Anthony? Oh, Kai. Kai was playing that. Who's Anthony? Grounded looks great. It does. But so that's the thing. Like, I have that Xbox pass from something. Is it this thing? Xbox Console Companion? Or did I just open the wrong thing? I never know which one is the right one. It is this one. Okay, we're good. I found it. Because I supposedly have Game Pass. I wouldn't even know where to, like, find games on. I hate this app so much. It fucking gives me a headache, man. My games. Okay. I have 2 games on here, which are not even Xbox games. So I don't know what that's all about. I had, what's that pirate game on this thing? Where the fuck is that? I don't have it anymore? I'm so confused. I cannot understand this app. There, it's even showing me Sea of Thieves, but there's no games. I don't have games in my games folder anyway. It doesn't have crossplay with Steam? Oh, man. Don't you need the Ultimate Pass? I don't know what that is. I, like, never open this damn thing. I hate fucking Xbox. I get an aneurysm every time I open this fucking app and then I close it because I'm annoyed with it. And I feel like I'm going to just perish by clicking on it. So, anyway. I just want to change. Is it? This one? Ta-chang. Just for now. Just while we're chatting shit. In any case, I might just buy it. Grounded is a long-term game. It is. It's like survival thing. But I want it anyway, like outside of the stream anniversary. All right, let me look. Let's see. It's until the 5th of January. Oh, I still have time. If you get grounded... Oh, yeah? You outies, Puppety, enjoy. Whatever you guys are going to be playing, enjoy. Does, Yoda, do you have it on the Xbox thing? And does it have a crossplay option? Because I'm looking at getting it on Steam. Oh, it just recommended Tiny Tina to me. Lol. You'll scream when you see the spiders? Oh, I mean, same. Bold of you. NFS Unbound. I'm good, thanks. Why is that being recommended to me? Against the Storm. What is this? Oh my god, this is adorable. God, it reminds me of WoW, the graphics. Like, Warcraft 3. City Builder. Huh, that looks cute. Throw it on my wish list and forget about it for the next 2 years. Full crossplay? Okay. That's useful then. Final Fantasy. Oh god, they got this on... Oh! They got this on PC now? Oh, why is it 800 bucks on a 43%? This game is 1,000... Jesus, it's 1,430. That's a lot of money. It's a beautiful game though. Did anyone play the Final Fantasy VII Remake? The game has an arachnophobia setting. Wait, what does the setting do? Summoners... What? Isn't this a gacha game? I don't know what's wrong with my discovery queue, but it is showing me all kinds of weird shit. Thanks, Steam. Back to Lurk. No worries, Yoda. I was gonna ask if you're eating dinner, but I was like, no, wait. You had a burger. Uncharted! No thanks. It makes less spiders if you can't deal with spiders, but then what do you get instead? They're scary as shit. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't, I don't have arachnophobia, so I wouldn't... I mean, I scream with everything, so, like, that doesn't really mean anything. I scream about it. It doesn't matter what it is. If an ant bites me in the backside, I'll probably still scream anyway. So, you know. You enjoy killing them in video games? Woof! That's very violent of you, Rich. Also, hi. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had good foods and good company. Bye, Puppety. Enjoy. Oh, Tower of Fantasy. What is this game? That looks cute. Bam bam. I realize now we're sitting in silence. Let me just turn some music on. Or just pop some game chops on. Cha-chong? Cha-chong? Cha-cha-chong? Oh, there we go. Whoa. Oh? I paused it. I accidentally pressed my earphone and it paused it. Even though it's not connected to the PC. That's weird. MiHoYo's new game. Yes. Oh, there's event trading cards at the moment. Thanks, Steam. Arc. What is this? Arc 2? Planned to release next year. Not on purpose, but you're not wrong. Why? Because they stole Genshin assets. What is this? A Frozen Flame? Open world survival craft? Mixed reviews, but the recent ones have been very positive. Whoopsie. Oh my god, this game looks pretty. Frozen Flame. I've only just started playing Ark again. I don't have time for other survival games. We'll see how long that lasts. It was when I was on a holiday. We were sitting in the car talking about games that we wanted to play. And I don't remember who brought it up, but I was talking with Ray's little brother. I say little, but he's not only taller than all of us, he's like 17 years old, so he's not like little. But anyway, he mentioned Ark, and I was like, oh man, I haven't played Ark in ages. I never played the new map either. Okay, so let's see. I want to search by like co-op. Can you do that? Can you search by category? I mean, we've got a couple recommendations or a couple things. Spawn! Hello, beautiful. Co-op. Local co-op? No, that doesn't matter. Just co-op. Why is Elden Ring at the top? Stop it! Let's see. I want economy. Why is economy a category? What does that even mean? Let's see. It Takes Two. Biped. Oh, yes. Yes. I watched Gamma play this, actually. It's like, wait, why don't I just share my screen with you guys? What am I doing? Bam. Okay, no sussy. How you doing, Spawn? So this game, you play as two little robots. And I got to watch Gamma struggle over a bridge. With a friend. This was the bridge, I think. It looks like a very cute game. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. No worries. Also, we was just playing with you, Hooded. Let me bump up the music a bit. Let me know if it's too loud. Oh yeah, you gotta go beige. Yeah. Sweet dreams, Hooded. Take care of yourself. Also, I'm like sitting in the ground. Cool. This game looks cute as hell. So boink into the shopping cart. Let's continue. Pew. Where? Oh, what? Did I say something? Nani? Wait, now I was busy searching for things. God damn it. Pew. Co-op. Boink. Yeah, you go boink. You throw it in the shopping cart, it go boink. I like puzzle platformers, to be fair. As you can see. What? What is this? Because I keep getting it keeps getting recommended to me. Is this not like a party game for lots of for lots of people? You have to like throw people around, or do you actually have things that you achieve? You played it a bit? It is a fun party game. It does look like one. Isn't this the one where you just throw your friends off of things, or is that just what I've seen people do? Are there actually missions and things you need to achieve? Oh, there are things? Oh. Do you think you could do this 2-player? Because there's a bundle for the two together. I don't know if it makes any difference if you add them separately. Or it's 68% if you get the one. Or if you get the bundle, rather. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, it was fun. Okay, well maybe I can add it, because it's like... It's fairly cheap. And then people can... If they have it, if anyone wants to play it... Like, I really want to play Biped. So if I can get anyone to join for those games... Oops. Take me back. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. We could even add Portal 2 to the list, to be honest. Even though I'm going to remember all of the solutions. If anyone asks what kinds of games I like to play. Puzzle platformers. Super Bunny Man? What in the unheavenly fuck is that? That is terrifying. Look at that face there. Fogs? Fogs? Picnic? Picnic is only 30 rand. Do I have friends who have it? Shruggy's got it. Picnic. Oh, this looks cute as hell, man. Shit, fam. Beat the robot in a dance battle. What is this? That's cute as hell, man. If you're allowed, you're down to play whatever. Yeah, we can see, who's around. Oh, this is cute. It's only 20 rand. Goddamn. I keep saying this. It's only 50 rand. It's only this. It's only that. And then what was sitting... but yeah, similar to other games that I really enjoyed. That could be fun to play. But yeah, and because these games are relatively cheap, I wouldn't mind like buying for people. The only requirement there is that you actually play it with me. It's a sale, yeah. Oh yeah, you said fogs. Fogs? Fogs? What's a fogs? Fogs! What is this? Oh, it's the long dog. What's long dog? Nothing much. How about you? Wait, that's not how that joke goes. I remember seeing someone play this. But it's $100. I'm just gonna put it to my wish list for now. Okay. Oh yeah, it's up there. I saw it somewhere. There it is. He's on my wish list. That's okay. Trine has number 4 now? What the fuck? I haven't played Trine since the first one. God damn. Okay, let's see. Oh, apparently I have Trine too, but I don't remember playing it. These 3? Holy shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do not remember it at all. Hi, Gama-chama. Hello, Gama. How you doing, good Frogo? Picnic. Whoopo? What's a whoopo? I have no idea, but it looks cute as hell. Labu. Labu Gama-chama. How are you doing? Have you had a good crisis? Christmas? Chrysler? I thought they said jogger nuts and I was like, Nani? No! What I opened there? You're so full of food. Have you had a food coma nap yet? Instead of juggernaut, it's juggernuts. These nuts. You'll have to do many push-ups. Jog, jump, switch, sweetie. Looks interesting. You had a booze. Gama-chama drinks. Oh, drunk stream when? Strings theory. Couch monsters. That's just a cute as hell name. You've had several food coma naps. I'm still tired from the Kruger, to be honest. So I get tired of eating and I guess I don't have enough energy to eat enough food to get tired. If it's a co-abs, are we gonna do a drunk co-abs? Oh my god. I'm busy looking at co-op games because my second stream anniversary is coming up in a couple weeks, like 3 weeks. And I was like, okay, but it's happening on a Tuesday, yeah? So if it's happening on a Tuesday and it's the second anniversary, surely we play 2-player games with the peoples. Here's a free. Come with me. Is this like a free... Publisher is Spookalele Games? Oh my god. Oh my god, this is cute. Okay. Add to library. Okay. So... before I forget that this game is on my list. This looks cute. And it's free! So if someone can't afford a game, there we have something free to play. It's on a Tuesday. I am a robot. Oh! 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 What's time loader? The other one's already in my cart, but what is this one? Is this also co-op? No. You own this? I watched you and it was Fonon-chan. Watched you guys play that. Oh, this is cute as hell, man. It's a cute game. I thought the song was the music for the game. I was like, wow, free, but they ripped off the music. No, it's that Game Chops. I'm listening to Game Chops. What is this one? Oh, and because I have It Takes Two, the other person doesn't need to own it to play it with me, so like that's a nice game to play. Hi Pocahontas! How you doing? Rescue stranded aliens. One player is an alien who goes down to the planet to execute the rescue option while the other one pilots the UFO to help guide the alien on the ground. This could be fun. Ah, thank you for the beaties. Thank you, thank you. How has your holiday been? Did you have some good food this weekend? This looks cute. And this is also free, so this is another one that I can add it to the list. Guiding light. So if anyone doesn't have any games, we can always play that. Strange Creatures. Did you guys ever play what was that? Oh fuck, I can't remember the name. Oh my god, this is so cute. What the hell? This is all free? So cute game for free? Oh. Ernest. Okay, well, I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna add it to my thing anyway. Strange Creatures. Those are all free. Cool. It was okay. It was... Did you have some tasty foods? I don't really celebrate Christmas, but as long as I got tasty foods, then I'm happy. Which honestly should be every day, but we don't always have the energy to make tasty food every day. It's okay. I think we've actually found quite a lot of good ones. Got a couple free ones, and then got some cheap ones, and then I've got It Takes Two as well, which anyone can join on. But yeah, maybe we have like an hour or two. Pushing Popo! You got a belly piercing? Ooh! I hope it heals nicely. And you're going to Cape Town? Oh, you must make sure to pack some, I don't know if your piercer recommended some things to clean your piercing, or if you already have some stuff, but make sure you pack stuff to keep your piercing clean while it's healing. Take good care of it. Goose versus zombies? What the heck? Which slide? Which slide? This slide or that slide? Whoopo! Oh, these are demos? Dung Beetle Strike, hello? Do you get to throw poo at people? And this intense music? Undertale? Relax. Let's have something a little more chill. There we go. We got Pokemons. Yeah, you got some stuff? Okay, perfect, perfect. I mean, this is basically just you roll around on a poo. You can throw shit around. I think we've got enough. I think yeah, I'll just buy the ones that I've picked up so long. Because we picked up a couple. When we get more Little Nightmares games, that would be nice. Okay, what did I have in my cart? Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we've got lots of options. I definitely want to play Biped though. Was this both? Oh yeah, it says. Oh, an idiot. It says both underneath. Includes 2 items. Yeah, I think I'll buy all of these, and then we've got lots of options for things to play. Unravel 2. Okay, so I have a list of cheap games, free games, and games. Yeah. Games. We have games. We have a list of games. Cool. Well, let's get back to Genshin then. Because I think I went through that very quickly. I think this is fine. Let's see. Where's Genshin? There's Genshin. Close Steam. Game Choops, you can get muted. Because we're gonna have game sound again. After going to the effort of changing the music, it's fine. Alrighties, there we go. Ah, thank you, thank you. I would have forgotten to do that, that's fine. I was supposed to do the event, wasn't I? Whoops! It's this one, right? It's in their inner zoomer. The zoomer we all have deep down inside. Yeah, I think doing a co-op day. See who's around at whatever times to play some games. I'm trying to think. Do I just do like a 12-hour stream? And then could give us enough time. So if we have at least 6 people, then or maybe 5 people, we can do like 2-hour slots. If people can put up with me for that long. 12-hour times 2 because it's all in 2s. How about 6-hour times 2 because it's all in 2s, yeah? Nani? Where? I'm playing Pong? But there's no 2 in 6. There's 3 2s in 6. What are you talking about? And there's 2 6s in 12. And there's a 2 in 12. So, like, if you have 2 6s in a 12, you make the 2, yeah? Yeah, but I don't want to do a 24-hour stream. Call me crazy. Unless we do it over 2 days. Do I need to read any of this? I think I kind of understand what's going on there. Do I need to change my party? That is such a cute picture. What the hell are those? Are they fronds? They look like fronds. Oh, they let you pick on the thing. Thank you. Cha-chang! So no Geo, Animo, or Dendro. Waifu. And... Oh? No water? Pyro, Hydro, Cryo. Oh. But I can't put Hydro in, apparently. That's weird. Do I need to bring more than that? I was like, why can't I find my boys? It all makes sense now. Oh, we only have 2 modifiers anyway? Okay, well, I guess I'll be using those 2 then. Okay, so I don't know what type this is, but this must be Electro, right? So maybe I don't want 2 Electro babies. Shush you. Let's bring 2 Pyro babes. I don't know what I thought this event was supposed to be, but you know. Here we are. Overload, detonates, AoE, Punchy, Pierce. Oh! I see, I see. What's she yoinking? She fast as fuck, boy. Oh! Oh yeah? Wait! Oh wait, we have the wall. Never mind, we're good. The panic. It gets crazy in co-op? Oh really? I should have used that pew-pews better. Okay, we can focus now. I can't do so many balls. Whoa! That was close. Nice. What? Gosh darn it. You want spam? Spam streams? All good. If you want, you can bop someone at the top if you do the Twitch shout out, and then you can shout out some other peoples as well if you wanna. I love that it like has the link there now. That's amazing. Meowchi. Meow meow meow. Oh. Oh, reward list. Ah. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you for the shout out. I love that it's showing that link now. Holy fuck. I love that so much. Because it's showing your little pictures. Ugh, someone better shout out jargon. Just saying. Gamma chama. Gamma gamma gamma. Gamma mama papa. Chimichanga. No pyro? Fucking scam. Fucking scam, Benna. Scam of my life. No pyro. Let's use Alloy. It's the only time she's gonna be used in this game. No thanks. Them's is a lot of babies. Let's see. Movement speed, yes. I'm slow in the brain. Whoa! Think that's everyone? Well, it's entirely possible that you would have gotten more than I would have gotten, so... Oh! This game's like forcing me to read. Ah! God damn it. Ah, no, my ball! I done goofed. Punk. Ooh! Ooh. You wonder what percentage of your messages are shoutouts? I wonder. Meow, meow. I would say you can look at your message history, but I feel like it would be way too much to go through. Oh! She ran fast. It's a bit much, yeah. Lole! Oh! No! That was comical. in a bad way. The best part of that is you can't see who is being stinky. Hee hee hee. Try. I almost clicked try again. No, thank you. So wait, is this for that event? No speaking? That was pretty fun, huh? What's that? Oh no. Paimon doesn't remember seeing that before. When did that show up? That's what she sounds like in my head. Should we go take a closer look? Paimon will let you decide. No, I'm good. I'm gonna play Pong. Thanks. Thanks, Paimon. Pongmon. Oh wait, this is the event for the Brelly? Oh. You have to go? I don't have to do anything, do I? I just want to play this game. Incandescent Tempera! What do you mean? It's more Pong, just boss fights. A boss fight Pong. What is this one? I didn't even change characters last time, so I don't even know why I'm bothering looking at anything, but you know. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. 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 I will let me do these ones, then maybe I don't have to do it later. Ah, dang it. Ooh. He's yoinking. This ball is yoinking! Ah! He yoinked too much. There was too much yoinkage going on there. Hmm. Ah, shitty titties. Yoink! Ooh, ooh, ooh! Ooh, ooh! Fuck, shit, crap! Wah! Okay. The panic. Ooh, spicy. Oh my god. I missed both. I'm pretty sure I needed like 4.5k. Ah. Why did I hit it there? I wonder if this is easier with controller. Controller roller. Because you don't really need to do anything, yeah? So is this just score as many points as possible in the time? Ah. Yoink! Damn it! Whoa. Spicy bowl. Nice. I think I got enough. I think we're Gucci. I don't think we need to try hard. Go ham in the paint. I hate that it just takes you out of the menu every time. Gimme primos! You motherfucker. Did I already get the Brelly? Or do you have to buy the Brelly? Oh, wait, I got the Brelly already? Okay, we're good. That's really why I'm here. Does anyone know if the Brelly gets utilized? We can use Pyro this time. I kind of want to try Pyro. He do get used? Okay, I kind of like this one. Kind of like this one. Oh wait, can I just stay on this page? Kitching or Ham Ham? I wonder what Ham Ham's gonna be like. Oh, I thought he would vape. Man. Oh! I done goofed. Whoa. What? That was too fast. Fast as fuck, boy. I haven't even been watching videos of Ham Ham. I don't know who or what or why or when. As someone that played Breakout on their... Your life has been waiting for an event like this. You honed your skills from a young age. I played on my grandma's Atari. There was this one. There was the tank one. There was Space Invaders. Sneak, maybe? This is pain. What else was there? I feel like... Go! Oh, that was the wrong one. River Raid. Keystone Capers? Oh, I don't think this one went very well. This one was very bad. Oh, what was that? I got 3,000. Oof. Oh, they really did. Alliteration, I think, is a good way to be remembered. I need 4,500. Yeah, I didn't think I got... Let's go again. Let's not be shitty this time, perhaps. I don't think I enjoyed the pyro at all, to be honest. Yeah, I think this is good. Why is it so hot though? Remember earlier when I said it wasn't hot? I'm hot now. And I can't tell you why. I have no idea. Oh, I done goofed, guys. I chased the wrong ball. Whoa. No! I'm cry. In my sleep. Alternatively, cry myself to sleep. For Miss Ball. I miss Ball again. Why am I like this? Why am so shit at game? Oh. Get him! Get him, bull! Wah! Oh, tasty. Oh, I missed the thing. Fuck, shit, crap. Somehow, I'm doing much better this time. I think we're good. I could literally just stand here and do nothing for the rest of it. You always brought every element. Whoops. Listen, trying to read chat's not going well for me. Cryo and Electro? Yeah, it does feel like it. Yoink! Yeah, I think we're good. I don't think... the pyro reaction seemed pretty underwhelming. Didn't seem very interesting. Also, oops. Rich, are there any characters that you're gonna be rolling for? I think you were one of the few people that I know that actually wanted Alhaitam. And I'm not saying that to be mean. What the fuck did I click on? Oh, whoops. But, oh man, as much as I want Yao Yao, I think I might skip for now. As badly as I want her, I think I'm gonna skip her for now, and then... Because I don't believe in rolling for 4 stars, right? That would have made sense, right? Just get Yao Yao on the thing. On the thing? On the event, you mean? Yeah, actually, I might do that. Yeah, boy! Oh, this is just... But how do I unlock the other ones? Okay, wait, let me go... I was cold earlier. I changed into warm pants and now I'm hot, so I want to change into cool pants. So I'm gonna be right back. But I shouldn't be long. Alright, you're 50 pity, ready for riding. Oh, shit! You haven't gotten any of the 4 stars you want. Relatable. I haven't gotten a 4 star in a long time. I don't know, I really like the combo that I go with. I don't like the extra balls because I can't concentrate. It's like a dog chasing 2 rabbits. That's basically what happens. I'm like a dog chasing 2 rabbits and I catch neither of them, so yeah. You do 2 at the small thing, do a boss, 2 more, do another, 2 more. Wow, why you make me run back and forth? This is a very weird event. I thought this was a test of courage though. I'm a little bit confused, I'm not gonna lie. I like the ball, the mirrored ball. But this is also kind of nice. I might go for this instead. What is this one? Don't know. War? Loading screen? Very pretty. Oh. Gonna go eat some leftovers for lunch. Oh, enjoy! Hope it's super tasty. You'll have to tell us later what you're having. You got Rosario on the vent banner instead of Horizontal Yanfei. Yeah, listen, I would not mind Rosaria. Look at this shit. I would not be sad. Oh, Bossu. Oh. Oh, ball move when I move? Not ball, block. Block. Everything moves when I move. Oh my god. That's amazing. And very confusing. Ah, shitty titties. What, my wall gone? But yeah, Raiden's a good character. Do you have Raiden yet, or will it be first Raiden? And are you going for cons? Because my Ito is C6 now. I'm a little bit poor. I got no money. No, I'm joking. I have I think it was like 140 pulls or something saved up. You want Raiden and Ayato? Oh man, I'm not gonna lie. I really like Ayato. I just didn't use him that much when I got him. But he is a really fun character. She'll be a good pickup. She is. She is. Even at C0. Even at C0, Raiden is a really good choice. As much as I love Yae, people say she's, like, one of the best, Electro characters in the game. Oh! That was weak sauce. I watched myself do that. What an idiot. She's just a character that I got, like, when she first came out. And then I just never played her for whatever reason. Man, he's got such little health left. Oh! I was trying to get it to bounce, like, back and forth. Which I guess I kind of did. We just have one bar left. Ah! Not quite what I had envisioned there, but it's okay. Woof! You asshole. There we go. You need cryo banners? Your cryo is piss poor. You only have Diona and Rosaria. Oh, really? Shit. You saw Dendro Daddy said on YouTube. Oh, oh, man. I don't know about him. I think I might skip him. So I'm going to be saving for the next 4 banners. And then after that, it'll be Shenhe. So you'll have time after Alhaitam's banner. You'll have time to save up for Shenhe if you want. The thing is, like, she's a support, so I don't know, because Diona and Rosaria I would also use as supports. But if Ganyu or Ayaka, either one. I mean, I want to say Ayaka because Ayaka's my boo boo, yeah. But if either one of those two come out, thing is, like, I think people use a lot of Ganyus more for a melt comp than a freeze comp. So I guess it depends on what exactly you want to play. Ah. Ganyu. I'll be honest, I don't know. Don't know Ganyu very well, just because I don't have her. But I would say have a look at a Ganyu melt comp, because I feel like you use Bennett, Zhongli, can't remember who the other one was. But I think those are the characters that you'd use for a Ganyu melt. So you wouldn't really need Cryo if you wanted to have a Cryo team. But I don't know when Ganyu is gonna have another rerun. I think she hasn't had a rerun in a long time. But honestly, I don't remember. Because Ray's got her, and Ray... I don't know when he got her, actually. Dendro Kiching. Their skills are similar. Oh, I think I might have actually seen a video of that on Insta. No, on Twitter, probably. That's funny. You love Ito so much, same. He's such a goober. He's the gooberest goober that ever goobered. I just want to play Pong, man. Release me. We won? What? Look at... You guys can't see, but Sayu is standing, like, to the side. Oh!
目の前に現れることに怯えながらも普段と違う刺激を味わえることを期待しているのです。しんとした真っ暗な森の中にその期待に応える何かが存在しているというのは至極当然のことではありませんか。今あなたたちの後ろで凶悪な笑みを浮かべる怪物があなたたちの振り返る瞬間を待っているように。
Paimon's gonna scream.
さすがですね。この程度の話ではあなたを脅かすには物足りないようです。
I mean...
また小さな試練を乗り越えられましたね。おめでとうございます。肝試し大会の第2回戦は間もなく開始します。お相手の方はいかがですか？あれ、オイラたちすでに。確かに前回あなたたちは素晴らしいご活躍で勝利されました。そのままの組で勝負したいというお気持ちも理解できます。しかし残念ながらこの肝試し大会では毎回新しい仲間と共に挑戦する必要があるのです。もし試合が開始されるまでに。
This whole event was actually really wholesome. I've heard good things about this event. Oh, now I have to pick? Ah, I'm gonna go with Sayu. She cute as fuck, man. I love Sayu. Hi, tiny baby. I love Sayu. She's a little tanuki, how could I not? We got matching leaves on our heads. It's relatable as fuck. Oh, I'll hold your hand. Okay, that part I can't relate to. A bull-headed beast? Did Ito throw Ushi at things again? No! For baby! I heard it could help people grow taller. That one's relatable. Yes. Let's go, little chibi BB. I got you. Oh, she's so cute. Ah. Oh my god! Little Bibi's gonna face her fears. Let's go. That sounds like a threat, lady.
一命を取り留めるための道かもしれませんよ。
Oh my goodness.
諦めたりなんかしないぞ。さあ、出発だ。
Shipatsu! Let's see. I can't remember how I did this the first time. Now we just have to follow the signs. But there's no sprinting. What the fuck is Sayu doing? Gully, you're supposed to be coming with me. You who art? Hi, Jolly! How are you? Happy holidays! Did you have some good food and good company yesterday? You're stuffed. Very, very hot, but very, very happy. Oh, that's good. That's the way to do it. Even if you don't celebrate it, it's an excuse to have some good food, right? What do you mean? I'm right next to you. Do we go the wrong way? I see the signs down here. What? Oh, but yes, I had good company, good food. The character just didn't load in. This is not an unusual sight in Genshin. Oh, Sayu. Hi, Jack. I'm doing alright. How are you? I'm just not too sure where I'm supposed to be going here. Let's go this way this time. This is actually where we met her for the first time. If I'm not mistaken, she was sitting next to this rock. Oh! They just changed direction. You had a good Christmas! Nice! These guys turned around. Yoo-hoo, hot! What? Oh man. And this? There's some possessed vegetables. Hi, Blue Saxon! How are you? Are we gonna have some possessed fruits? Hi, Grim Reaper! Hello, hello! How are you? This still looks it looks very spooky, Sayu. There's literally floating paimons here. Them's possessed fruits. Get the fuck out of there. There's something up here. I swear I've clicked on like everything at this point. it's the fan we've been looking for.
ここは安全のようだ。いつの間にかこんなに遠いところまで。
Did I get any taller?
本当か？
Aww.
よかった。
Same, Sayu.
それ
Gonna be looking. No worries, no worries, Jack.
これがオイラたちが探してる扇だったのか？
Thank you for the Lokis.
花火も描かれてるぞ。祭りうちわみたいだな。そしたら肝試し大会の第2
Yes! We did it, Sayu.
終わりだな。ひひひ。オイラたちまた勝っちゃったぜ。よかった。ふい。力が抜けて。眠く
This was clearly hard work for her.
奴らを追いかけてるのか？オイラ、なんだか心配だぞ。ちょっと探してみないか？それじゃあ、節は先にうちわを持って寝に帰るから、主らも早く戻ってくるんだぞ。
これでもう逃げ場はないだろう。
早く逃げろ。オイラのことはほっといてくれ。
おい、俺様のことを舐めてんのか？今日は一人も逃がさねえぞ。
ヒットだ。あの3人を捕まえたらしいぜ。早く行ってみよう。
Bennett. Your cat walked over your phone, clicked on my stream, and auto-filled in the message? No ways. That's pretty cool. Your cat knows, clearly. I don't know what your cat knows, but your cat knows something.
捕まえられるなんてな。逃げろって言ったのに。どうして
He was chasing a bug? Oh my god, that's adorable.
何を言っておる。我らがそなたを放っておくわけがなかろう。
もう何も言うな。そんなに食いたいなら僕たち3人をまとめて食うがいい。たとえお前の腹の中に入ったって僕たちは屈しないからな。
食べるだの食べないだの。お前らは何かの美味しい食べ物が幽霊になったやつなのか？いっともなんでずっと黙ってるんだよ。
こいつらなんか見覚えがあるんだよな。あ、鬼バーバが見せてくれた妖怪百科に載ってたやつらじゃねえか。
Oh, Ito.
ようこ
You silly bugger.
それに一つ目小僧だ。そうだろ。こいつら妖怪だぜ。
ようやくわかったか？
おいら一目見た時から分かってたぞ。気性が荒く底知れぬ力の持ち主で見かける妖怪すべてを丸くこねて食ってしまうっていう
Paimon's face.
そんなデタラメな噂、一体どこの誰が流しやがったんだ？それにお前らこそずっと人をたぶらかしやがって、一体何の真似だ？俺様は見たぞ。お前らがこっそりこいつの後ろをついて回っていろんな変なものを出しながらこいつを脅かそうとしてたのをな。
お前らの仕業だったのかよ。
人を脅かすつもりはなかったんだ。おいらたちはただ本当か？
Oh, shame.
出ないのか？
Poor itty bitties.
さっきは何回も脅かされたけど、どうやらお前らもわざとやってたわけじゃなさそうだしな。とにかくまず理由を聞いてから許すかどうかは考えるぜ。実は我らは祭りを開催したいのだ。
Aw.
俺たちが主催し、人も参加できる祭りを。あ、エイが言ってたやつだな。
参戦花祭りか。
I want to go to a festival. Hell yeah.
馴染みがあるぜ。
Especially if it's organized by the
大妖怪たちが開催した
yokai.
賑やかな祭りだった
That could be
らしい。
pretty cool.
俺様の新たき極上生成合コ大祭典にも劣らねえ。
参戦花祭り。それは確かに我らの夢ではあるのだが、実際我らの祭りがその名にふさわしいというには程遠いというのは、百鬼夜行の時代はもう戻らぬ。我らは ただ山に住まう
Oh, no, this is sad now. What the heck?
我らにはほんの少しの揚力しか残っておらぬから、ちゃんとした祭りを開催するのは不可能なのだ。それでも我らはこの方法で人と接触したい。そして感謝の
So is this the part of the event that people were saying makes it wholesome? Because the part I'd done so far wasn't like...
野外に住んでるから、いろんな魔物から襲撃を受けちまうんだ。あいつらはオイラたちの縄張りに入ってきて大暴れした上、食べ物を渡せって脅迫してくるんだ。時には殴られることもあった。オイラたちがようやく一息つけたのは、人間の冒険者たちが野に入って。
I wonder if the monsters chasing them were the hilly trolls.
なるほどね。人から
Ito's got no chol. Your powers are too puny. Oh my god. No tact, so... Calling them pipsqueaks. Oh, Ito.
砂浜の秋津遊芸はお前らが用意したものだったのか？そうだよ。遊んだ？面白かった？伝説の中の秋津羽遊びを参考にして作ったんだ。たくさんの揚力を消耗してやっとのことで建てられた。揚力が残り少なくなったから森に屋台を置いてお祭りの。
Oh, that's what the possessed fruit stall was.
ずっとついてたのはその反応を見たいから。
Okay, that's kind of cute, man.
秋津遊芸ってそんなに大事なものなのか？どうして揚力をほとんどあれに使っちゃったんだよ。もっと美味しい食べ物の屋台を作ってくれたらオイラはきっと食べ。そういう。
Paimon, you don't have money, girly. What you talking about?
そう言うと我らは今まで人間に接触したことがなかった。だから秋津遊芸
I guess if she's using my money, she could take me out.
とある伝説を聞いたからだ。
あ、それって。
数百年前、妖怪と人間が祭りで出会った物語だ。数百年前、三世花祭りにとあるものの符が迷い込んだ。
どうして人がここに？
Oh my god. This is beautiful. That fox lady in the background?
妖怪たちは話し合い、彼を追い払おうとしたが、この時、とある声が聞こえた。
せっかくの我らが祭り、楽しませてやるのが一番だ。妖怪やら人やらを分ける必要はなかろう。
それは辛抱熱き妖怪の声だった。彼が口を開くや否や、妖怪たちはピタリと静かになった。
おい小僧、いける口か？
あ、それなりには。
Ah, this is what this is from. I've been seeing people do art of this, but I had no idea. Oh man, this is so cute.
祭りの最後には秋津羽遊びで思いっきり勝負して引き分けとなり、深い友情を築いたのだ。
これは驚いた。人ごときが我の動きに。
Can they just make a whole game that has cutscenes like this, please?
自分も剣術の糧を得た。
刀が得意か？
自分はより強い相手を求めて各地を旅しているでござる。
ではこういうのはどうだ？これから10年ごとにここで勝負するのだ。
楽しみでござるな。
Aww.
言い伝えによれば、三世花祭りは参加者を思う存分楽しませて帰らせるもので、秋津羽遊びは友情の印とされておった。だからこうして祭りをやろうという時、すぐに秋津羽遊びを思いついたのだ。だが本物の秋津羽遊びはとうの昔に消えておる。我らは通りすがりの商人から話を聞いてあれを作った。それで名前を秋津遊芸に変えたのだ。あれは僕たちのせいじゃない。おいらたちもどこに問題があったのかさっぱりなんだ。先日我らは秋津遊芸を封鎖してどこが悪いのかしっかり調べた。だが結局何の問題も見つからんかった。揚力の不安定さが引き起こした 特殊な状況なのやもしれない。
こいつらが嘘を言ってるようには見えないぜ。本当に想定外だったのかもな。
でもあの事故から誰も来てくれなくなった。
そう。それから水色の髪をしたあんちゃんがやってきたんだ。この一帯を回って
Oh?
さ、
Blue hair?
鋭利な目つきであったから、おそらく我らに気づいていたのであろう。だが彼は何も言わずにすぐ去っていった。
それでね、よくわからないけど真珠の森にたくさんの人が来たんだ。秋津遊芸の方にもまた人が来るようになる。
This one's got such a cute face.
水色の髪のあんちゃん？
Ayato!
あやとが選んだ扇も祭り用のうちわだったよな。もしかしてあいつ妖怪たちのことを知っててここで肝試し大会を開いたのか？
なんだ、あやとの兄貴も肝試し大会に参加。
Ayato, Anaki.
もしかして鬼カブトムシを捕まえに来たのか？それなら
I always forget that Ito and Ayato are friends. But calling him Aniki.
しっかりしようとできたのに。
そういえばイットっての正体本当にほっとしたぞ。オイラたちがあった変な出来事はお化けのせいじゃなくて妖怪たちの仕業だったのか。本当のことがわかれば肝試しだってそんなに怖くないぞ。
おい、お前らはきっと人間と遊びたいんだろう。俺様にはその気持ちがよーくわかるぜ。今じゃ俺らのような妖怪は少数派だ。それで孤独に行動するなんてのはどうしても寂しくなるよな。こうしよう、俺様は妖怪でありながら人間界でもいいんだぜ。この稲妻で俺様の名を知らねえやつはいねえ。行くぞ、俺様が案内してやる。
Oh, bless
そん
him.
なに怖くなくなったし、あたりを回ってみないか？妖怪たちは祭りをやりたいって言ってたよな。さっきまですごく怖かったから全然
The
気づかなかった
Bejeevers.
けどさ、よくよく思い返してみるとこの前浜辺で祭り関連のものを見た気がするぞ。行ってみようぜ。もしかしたら何か手伝えるかもしれない
Bing,
ぞ。
bing, 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 bing. Whoa, look at all the lanterns. Were those up there before? I feel like I didn't see them. I didn't notice them if they were. Reminds me of the Lantern Festival in Leo. Oh! Spooky lady. I've been seeing pictures of her as well.
お前、前会った変なやつじゃないか。
また君たち。私のところですでに散々な目にあったのに、まだ近づこうだなんて。
She looks spooky as hell.
度胸してるわね。今度こそ手加減はしないわ。ここから離れないと私は。
The crab in the background. Just minding his own business.
乗らないぞ。
He just schmoovin'.
お前の仲間たちに会ったんだ。もう全部白状したぜ。
仲間。
そうだぞ。お前らは外で暮らしてる妖怪たちなんだろ。オイラたちはさっきヨウコとカッパ、それから一つ目小僧に会ったぞ。お前は何の妖怪だ？あ、当ててみるから待てよ。わからん、まあいいや。
The crab still schmoovin'.
一緒にやらないか？
Men's was on a mission.
遊芸。また秋津遊芸。こんなのいけないのに。もう少し我慢すればできるのに。
どうしたんだ？どこか具合でも悪いのかよ。お腹が空いたのか？結構憔悴してるみたいだけど。夜
pretty tiring being a spooky spook.
心配するな。イットはもうお前の仲間を連れて新しい友達を作りに行ったぞ。そうだぞ。
Oh, he's still here.
する必要はないんだ。ほら、秋津遊芸をやろうぜ。どっちが早くできるか見てみようぜ。勝った人は負けた人に一つだけ願いを叶えてもらうってことでどうだ？ほら、始めるぞ。元気出していこうぜ。
The crab is still chilling here. Could not give less of a fuck. This is his house. Maybe he wants to play as well. Kind of like this one. It was a little bit tricky to get right. Man. Nice. Whoops. Whoa. That was Sonic Fast.
さすがだな。今回はもう勝ったも同然だぜ。ほら、お前の番だぞ。
いいわ。
Hi, Slick. How are you doing? It's good to see you. What is going on? Oh, she was busy doing her round.
しかも旅人より早かったぞ。
It's good to see you again.
目のクラム
How was your Christmas? Did you have some good food?
がフラフラしてきたぞ。
That's what I've been asking everyone, to be honest. Asking if everyone had good food. That's the only thing I care about. Did you have good food? Yes? Okay, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm doing good. I had a good Christmas. Got to spend it with the boyfriend's family. Good food, good company. That's what's important.
そっか。よく考えてみたら、お前も妖怪なわけだもんな。
Still walking off the food.
お前らが作った
And then you had more today. Uh-oh.
強いわけだぜ。
That's fine. That's
いい
fine.
ぞ。
It's,
あるやつだからな。
good food makes happy, yeah?
叶えてやるぜ。
And I think, man, the last few years have been so shitty. We all deserve a little treat at the end of the year. That's my justification for it.
私は
If shit yeah, why not eat happy food, yeah?
君たちと二度と会いたくない。
I ate far too much. I dished up a lot.
だから
I didn't finish it, and then I was given dessert, and I was like, oh my god.
二度と姿に
Actually, speaking of desserts, I haven't had dessert today.
これは君たちにできることよね。
Oh, actually,
私
I'm
たちの
curious.
最後通帳よ。次に会うことがある私は
What is considered like a Christmas dessert or a Christmas pudding?
取るから
Because my mother's family, whenever we did Christmas, it was always a trifle and custard with fruit, like custard and fruit or trifle, depending on what people wanted. And then My dad always did different things, but I remember the one year we had tiramisu, but he made it with like actual booze in it. And I forgot by the time I ate it. And I ate 2 pieces and I passed out because I had too much. I was not a kid, but I was a lightweight. And so that booze hit me hard and fast. And I took a nap because I had too much to drink, I guess. Trifle and custard with fruit. Oh. It's I think it's a very like, I don't want to say like English thing, but I think it is. But my father would, the actual English person, he would do different things all the time. But the last one I remember was the tiramisu that knocked me the fuck out. Coffee and booze? Bad idea. Bad mix for a younger lightweight. But yeah, my mother, it was the same every year. She was quite content making her trifle. Thinking about it, I don't know how much I actually liked trifle, but I would eat it every year. Kaedehara Kazuha-sama.
ただの司法をさまよう浪人でござる。
昔野外であなたの剣さばきを目にして、あの時はたくさんの敵と立ち向かっていたにもかかわらず落ち着いていらっしゃった。
それはおそらく拙者が稲妻から離れた時のこと。
Hi Rusty! Hello, hello. I hope you had an awesome Christmas with your family yesterday and you ate some good food and you had good times.
それも上里家当主の助けがあってのこと。そういえばこちらがその恩人の妹君でござる。
もしかして白鷺の姫君。そんなにかしこまらせたの。
ああ。
こんなにすごい人と知り合えるなんて。僕は夢でも見てるのか。
話しかけないのか？
すまねえ。おいらは
ああ。
そうか？変だな。俺と話してるときはそんな感じ。
Goro is soft boy.
おいらもなんでだかわからねえんだ。
ああ。
ゴロ様と話すときはペラペラ喋れて、なんとなく落ち着けるというか、この3人の中で肝っ玉が一番小さいのがおいらなんだ。前、水の中に石を投げる人がいたんだけど、それだけでオイラはビビって水の中に。
Joggin, what did you eat? What did you have? Was it good?
変だな。昔はこんなんじゃなかったのに。
大丈夫だぞ。みんな向き不向きがある。大事なのは勇気を出して変わろうとすることだ。なあ。
Your answer is simply too much.
初めて見た。こんにちは。本当に荒滝様には感謝するばかりだ。こんなにすごい方々を連れてこられるとは。
なんて言ったって俺様は最強無敵の荒滝唯我独尊一頭だからな。それに俺様が親分やってる荒滝派にいる奴らは
Wait, corn casserole? Blueberry peach pie? Ooh. Also, by ham, you mean like gammon, right? That's what ham is for you guys.
なんだと？誰の知り合いが一番多いか、俺様と勝負してみるか？
やるなら付き合うぞ。怖いことなんかあるもんか。お二人とも喧嘩はやめるのだ。私から見れば皆すごい人だ。
Ham?
羨むほどの友情。
Your ham isn't smoked.
それは
Is gammon always smoked?
侍様のような。
Ham ham. Oh, you had you ate a ham ham? No wonder his banner hasn't come yet. Y'all ate him.
子分たちだ。まずい。俺様としたことが妖怪たちのことばかり気にして。ビビらせ
Oh.
ることを忘れてたぜ。
This year I didn't do my own gammon. I just,
帰ってきたか。
it was one of those ones that was almost like pre-cooked, basically. You just stick it in the oven to like heat it through. But I think was it the year before that? I like did the whole shebang myself. That was a lot of fucking work. Holy shit.
試し大会マジで
Rich would be jealous if you ate a ham ham. Oh, for sure.
今思い返しても震えが止まらない。でもこの刺激は確かに楽しくもあったな。あ、
So like, whenever you say ham, I think of like like cold meats that you put on your sandwich. That's ham for me. Regardless of if it's chicken or beef or pork, it doesn't matter what it is. If it's a sliced cold meat, it goes onto sandwich. Lunch meat. Man, lunch meat makes it sound like a disgusting amalgamation of different animal parts that everything just gets mooshed together into a loaf and then sliced. And whenever I picture it in my head, lunch meat's just... It's like pig butts and snouts. It's like some places here they call also to Coke. Hi, Killer How are you doing? That's so weird. Not all soda is Coke. That would confuse the fuck out of me. What? So if you ask for Coke, do they give you Coke or do they ask you which kind? I want the brown/black Coke, please, as opposed to the white Coke or the orange Coke. Anyway. Gammon isn't necessarily always smoked. It's always cured, yes, and heavily salted. Yeah, because I don't think the one that I cooked was smoked. Because I don't think you cook smoked things. I think you can heat it, but you wouldn't like... Because I had to... The gammon that I got, I think it was bone-in. I had to boil the shit out of it first and then roast it for fucking... Holy ages, hours in the kitchen. Good God. But that's interesting. You ask for a Coke and they ask what kind of Coke. I would hate that. You put yours in the slow cooker for 6 hours? Well, I was cooking something for 6 people, so... I don't think... Ooh! No, Bibbles! Whoa, my God! Pew, 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 pew. Bibbles!
Natato stress, Natato stress, Natato stress.
Yes, should I stress? Thank you, Nabibbles. 4 months. Thank you. How are you doing, Nabibbles? Doing good, playing Pokemon Scarlet. Nice! Nice. How far are you? Which Pokemon are you using? If you want to share with us, you can tell us what team and stuff. I'm using Clodsire, the little oh fuck, I can't remember their names now. What was I using? I'm using my starter, which was Sprigatooties. I'm using the new Wooper. I'm using the little Charcadet. I don't remember the evolved form's name. I'm using Azumarill. And I think, what is that? Fuck, it's the iron flying, it's the armor bird. I can't remember his fucking name. God damn it. Anyway. This is fine. We prefer the ready smoked one because it goes a bit quicker and it's super tasty. Yeah, it is very good. I like smoked meat in general. But yeah, I wanted to challenge myself and make my own gammon. And the one that I made tasted so good. It was amazing. So I'm hoping I can do it next year. once because we're moving to Cape Town next year, so we're gonna have Christmas in Cape Town next year. Gonna bring the family over, and then yeah, I'm gonna see if I can cook something nice for the family for Christmas, because then it'll all be on me because they're visiting, so they ain't gonna be cooking and I have to make everything. So it's gonna be gammon and roast chicken and roast potatoes and lots of veggies, and I have to make dessert. Oh my god, it's gonna be hectic. I think I might need to employ some extra hands from Ray. You only sub. Oh, you sub for the jargon emote. That is a good one though. Yeah, it's like I'm very excited. I keep thinking about Cape Town. Make enough for me. American portions. What does American portions mean? Do you guys know that the South African McDonald's portion size has changed? So regular is the medium, and medium is now the large, and large is now what used to be extra large. So, fuck, man. I didn't know that I was going to Cape Town. Oh, Mal, you're coming to Cape Town for Christmas? You and Jargon are going to be there? Kai and I will be there with an extra gammon. Just bring the whole pig at that point. Apparently, we have a lot of tummies to feed. You gotta bring not only... You gotta bring the sausages as well, Slick. You can't just bring the gammon and not the sausages. The sausages need to come with as well. Better get a big place. You said family would be there, so apparently you're flying me down. No, you see, it's Ray's family. I didn't know you were Ray's family, Mao. When I say family, I'm not talking about my family. I'm talking about Ray's family. I don't want to use the word family. Y'all know how I feel about them people. Not my family. Ray's family. They're mine now. Best I can do is an extra bathtub with a potato salad. Yes. As long as you don't put raisins in your potato salad, Slick, I think we can organize something. Just saying. Azumaro Frigibacks? I don't know what Frigibacks is. Pomo. Oh, yes, I'm also using Pomo. I love Pomo. Such a cute baby. Quaxwell, Haunter, and Jumpluff. You know, I actually started my playthrough with oh fuck. The baby form of that. Why can't I remember any Pokemon names? I went to the Kruger and suddenly all my brains just drained out of my ear holes. But anyway, I was using that when I started. Relatives and family. Okay, I guess. We don't speak about my relatives. Who puts raisins in potato salad? Listen, Slick, I've watched people put raisins in all kinds of things, including potato salad. And I was just like, never inviting that person for any kind of meal. And especially not inviting them like with bringing any food. No, thank you. Keep your raisins out of my potato salad. There's some things that are allowed in a potato salad. And then it's a very short list of things that are allowed in a potato salad, to be honest. If it's in a bathtub, you could have Rays in potato salad. Raisins, potatoes. Yeah, look, I don't know if I would want to have Ray in my potato salad. Especially if he eats any of the potato salad, because egg farts are not it, man. We had a lot of potato salad while we were in the Kruger. And many egg farts were blasted. It was not a good time to have a nose, let me tell you guys. It's because of the Genshin. I mean, it's entirely possible, Killinick. I've got Genshin brain rot. It would be too sweet. It would be too sweet with the raisins. Yeah. Definitely. Whoops.
平蔵がいてくれればなんだかちょっとだけ安心だぜ。
紅冒険団
出発 The YMCA, I mean DMCA is gonna come after me for humming a song. Weird to me to eat potato salad on Christmas. Mirror dimension, it's hot as fuck here, Joggin. Potato salad I think would actually be quite nice, like a little bit refreshing. We didn't. I don't think we had anything like cold. But like we had roast vegetables. I say roast potatoes, but what it actually was parboiled potatoes, then deep fried. So so not quite roast potatoes, but technically. And then we had gammon and chicken and rice. And I think that was it. Oh, and then we had peppermint crisp tart as dessert, which was very tasty. And I'm now trying to get ready to bring me some. Anyone tasted salad with grapes and grenade apple seeds? Okay, I don't know what those are. But grapes? What kind of salad, Killenek? Like a green salad? I love putting fruit in green salads because green salads have this tendency to be really bland, so you gotta put some tasty things in there. Oh yeah, in a salad, I like apple and pear. Trying to think what else we've put in a salad. I don't know if we've ever tried grapes. I think actually we have. Strawberries. Oh, strawberries and feta cheese. I really like that combo. What else have we had? What other fruits have we put into a salad? Besides the fruits that already get put in there, like avocado and tomatoes and olives. Tiny orange slices. I don't think we've ever tried orange in a salad before. You would peel it, right? Like no skin on it. I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of citrus fruit. I will drink orange juice and I like lemon and lime flavored things. And if liberally covered in enough brown sugar, I'll eat I'll eat grapefruit. But there's something about citrus fruit. I think it's the texture that I don't like because I'll drink orange juice. And I like lemon and lime flavored things, but I don't like eating the actual fruit themselves. Oh, and cooking with, oh my god, guys, my favorite way to like season / flavor a chicken is with fucking citrus fruit. So you shove an orange or two and a lemon up the chicken's butt, and you just cover it in the juice, and you make that like a glaze. Oh, so good. Grapefruit is the best fruit boy, like out of all the fruits? Or just the citrus fruits? My favorite fruit. My favorite fruit is pineapple because it bites back. It's close. I like pineapple because it eats me back, so. But also, lychees and I like banana flavored things, but I don't like eating actual bananas. Pomegranates, also pretty good. Cherries. Oh, I fucking love cherries, man. I ate so many cherries in the Kruger. That was good. Pineapple fights back. It truly does. It truly does. While you are eating it, it is eating you back. And it's fine. But the nice thing about pineapple is that, like, no matter when I eat it, if I eat it when it's, like, still, like, I don't want to say it's not ripe, because it's ripe, but it's not, like, fully ripe. that before its ripe stage where it's still very tart. I fucking love that. But if you leave it just a little bit longer, it gets very soft and very sweet. And that's also really good to eat. Your ham was soaked in pineapple. Oh, yes. If you leave it too long, it turns into a sauce because the pineapple breaks down the ham. Yeah, exactly. That's why I say a pineapple fights back. It eats you while you're eating it. It's very good for, I think, for tenderizing meat. And I actually, someone, and I say this in inverted commas, someone cooked fish with some kind of fruit juice. I want to say it was probably lemon juice, to be fair, but I don't know. In any case, it essentially cooked the meat or like made it not raw, if that makes sense, because of the acidity or whatever. Ceviche, maybe? Question mark? I'm not sure. Could be. I want putties, guys. Wait. Let me go get putties. I want. And I think Ray's may be busy. Do I throw you on a BRB screen or do I just quickly run into the kitchen? Let me just run into the kitchen. Oh, well, I read it correctly, right? That's what you were talking about, ceviche? Whether or not my pronunciation is right, I know exactly what you meant. Spelling aside. Yes. Ow. I got attacked by my door. But I have dessert. Alright. Yeah, this is like leftover peppermint crisp tart. Ah! Bow, 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 bow. Ah!
Consume.
Consume. I am consuming my peppermint crisp tart. It's so good. We were trying to, like, before we went away to the Kruger, we were trying to decide. No! Oh, that was lucky. Safe. We were trying to decide what to make for Christmas, and I was like, why not a lava cake? You know, like those self-sourcing chocolate puddings. I was like, why not a lava cake? And she was supposed to make it before we went to the Kruger to like test to see if she could make it, and then she didn't. And then as we were heading home from the Kruger, she's like, oh, what do you guys think? What do you think I should make? And I was like, oh shit. But I think it was a good choice. I don't know anyone who doesn't like peppermint crisp tart, to be honest. Also, Garbage, thank you so much for the subby. Also, 15 months. Damn. Thank you, friend. How was, I was gonna say, how was your Christmas? But I already spoke to you yesterday about it. What's that all got in it? I don't know how to explain. Does anybody know what's in a peppermint crisp tart? Because I can only mention... I know it's got like a tennis biscuit base. So it's like a coconut flavored biscuit base. And then... obviously peppermint crisp, which is a chocolate. And then there's a, it's not like, I don't want to say like cheesecake, but I'm trying to think. It's like a cheesecake. I think it's made with some kind of cream as the like body, if that makes sense. Is it condensed milk and cream? I would say Google it for sure, and Google like a South African peppermint crisp tart. That'll give you possibly the most accurate description. But it's quite rich, quite sweet, and I always dish up way too much. Oh, what the hell is this? Hellscape. Hi, Risu-sama! Hello, hello! How are you doing? Oh, nice. Incandescent tempura. No such thing as too much. I don't have a sweet tooth, though. I can't eat a lot of sweet stuff. I get headaches from sugar. Sucks to be me. But I get headaches. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm like catching up on all my events, Risu-sama. Have you been keeping up with all the events? I was away on a vacation last week. So I was like logging in to do the bare minimum. In the moments where I had signal. So I haven't done any of this event. I still have like a week-ish. So I need to do a bit of catching up. You haven't logged into Genshin in like a month? Oh! I mean, if you've got other things to do. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing, yeah? Whatever sparks joy for you. If you're playing other games or doing other things, keeping yourself busy, ain't no thing. I kind of want to see what Hydra does, because I don't know if I've used the Hydra yet. Oh! How did I lose my first ball already? Oh my god! I can't see it. What the heck? Oh! God damn it, why am I like this? The panic in my brain. You've been watching too much anime and losing sleep reading manga? I mean... that sounds like a pretty good way to spend your time, not gonna lie. God damn it. I take the shield so that I can actually pick these things up, and then I forget to. Weeb's a weeb, what you got? Exactly. I mean, I spent most of my university years either taking naps on the lawn outside the humanities building, which was my faculty, or sitting in a pub on campus watching anime on my laptop. So I'm not one to talk. I was a pretty bad student. I was pretty terrible, actually. So I'm really not one to talk. I have no foot to stand on. Weeb's gonna weeb for sure. Don't I know it? But I finished, so that's something, right? Oh. Oh man. That first round was a bit poo-poo caca. Did not help using Titalia at all. But anyway. Okay. I probably need 4,000 for this as well, right? I should have just gone again. Oh, it's 4.5. Damn, okay. Yeah. Okay. What's actually in the shop? Because I don't actually know. I don't think I've looked at the shop. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Cool. Always need more crowns. What is this? What is this? Oh boy. Who gets the next crown? I don't know. I don't know if I want to... So if I triple crown Nahida, it's simply for the fact that I like her. Because it's not necessary to triple crown her. For one, I don't use her on field. Get out of here, Tartuglies. Yeah, I don't use her on field. And apparently it's just not that great on her either way. So, yeah, that's why I'm unsure. But even then, like, I'm not currently working on anyone. So I actually have no idea. Maybe a follow-up character that I build, like, when I get someone new. But, like, currently I don't have anyone that I'm working on. You read the manga? From the point where the anime ended? Ah, that's clever. You read it 4 evening... Oh my goodness. Oh my god, you just, like, you speed ran that. You just obliterated the entire story in a matter of days. I actually did that for another anime. I can't think what it was now. But I think they didn't have funding or whatever, or they just weren't going to make another season. I was like, what do you mean? And I just went and read the manga. I know I did it at some point when... Man, this one's hard. One Piece kind of ran out. Oh god, thank goodness. I wasn't sure I was gonna get this one. Not that this game is hard, but... I'm just not very good at shooting it off where I wanted to. So I think I did that with Naruto. I did that with My Hero Academia as well. And I might have done it at one point with One Piece as well, because I'd catch up to it and then I'd have nothing to watch. And I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with myself now? So I would just sit and read. And then I ran out of manga to read as well. And I'm like, fuck, man. And then I'd have to go find something else to watch. So, yeah, relatable. But those shonen ones are generally troublesome because they do go on for ages. But at some point they catch up. I haven't done this one yet. Yeah. Now, why wouldn't I use electro mummies? Just out of curiosity. Kokomi-chan! I wonder if I should start using this one. Let me try it and see. If anything, it just causes more chaos for me, which could help. Whoop. Wah! Damn it. Ooh. Good God. Ooh, Lord. Have mercy. Woof. That is very overwhelming. Good goal. You like the multi-ball and the wall combo? Because that time was pretty constant. Yeah, that actually did seem pretty good. You're bad at finding good anime to watch, so when I find it... it only has 1 or 2 seasons. Yes! Fuck! You binge the manga after... You lose your will to live. Listen, Risa-sama, I totally get it though, because I lost my will to live after To Your Eternity, and now season 2 is out, and I don't know if I have the mental fortitude to watch it right now. But fuck, man. Do you know To Your Eternity? Have you watched and or read it? If you want to actually lose your will to live, it's a pretty good place to start. I really want to watch the 2nd season, but yeah, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I could handle it. It's fucking good, man. It's fucking good. Would big recommend it to anyone who needs a reason to cry. How do you rate it? To your... Where? Don't ask me what I did there. To Your Eternity. I think that's the name. It had a bit of a weird name. But yeah, that anime, wah! Just make sure you have like a box of tissues or something, because you will cry like a little bitch. It's so good. It's so good. And there's also, and I always get this one wrong. It's Hina, I believe. Hina. Hina Matsuri. It's Hina Matsuri or Hana Matsuri, but I think Hana Matsuri is not the right one. Kimi no Ein? Yeah, that sounds about right. My Japanese is a little bit shaky. But that sounds right. Ein is eternity. Your eternity, basically. Kimi no Ein. Rumbling Hearts? I don't know that one. Ooh. Tasty. Tasty reaction. Whoops. Whoops! What? Wah! Good lord. Whoop! Woof! Good gravies. You'll watch it and regret after. Enjoy. That's all I'm gonna say. It's so good. Hi, banana. How you doing, bananas? I'm doing good. I just had peppermint crisp tart, so I'm as good as any person could be after eating a super tasty dessert. May or may not have eaten too much, but you know. It's late as a regret. Oh, they're giving us lots of moras. I'll take that. Thank you. Dunzos. Not quite food coma. Had a lighter dinner. But had some dessert just now. Cause I ate dinner like 4 hours ago. But only just had dessert like now. So not quite food coma territory. But how are you, banana? Too much sugar? Yeah, definitely. I don't have a sweet tooth and I get headaches if I have too much sugar. I don't know if it's like I'm too old now to get sugar highs, so I just get the crash instead. Just immediately goes to the sugar crash. This is like event of the animo babies, because first I teamed up with Kazuha, then I teamed up with Sayu, and now I've got Hazel here. I did this to myself, to be fair, the first 2 selections. Iko! Timo! Timo! Hello! Thank you, friends! 5 gifted subbies! Thank you! That went to Snowball Ninja, Beastman, Killer Nick, Milani, and Dreamy. Oh, thank you, Timo. Those all went to really good people. I really appreciate that. How... Are you still streaming? I had the tab open. Okay, you did read out. How was your stream, Timo? Actually, don't even answer that question. Get out of here, Timo. Go eat something, go get something to drink, and go rest. Because you were streaming for ages. Don't no me. Do not no. Did you eat today? Did you hydrate? Sir. Don't no me. No no's here. Mastering my rules. Did you eat today, sir? Because I know you were streaming a lot, but I also know you had some connection troubles? Because I had to refresh the stream every now and then.
You're thirsty as fuck right now.
Reese's Summer calling me out here. I don't have water on my table. How could you, Reese's Summer? This hydrate is for Timo. Okay, there we go, Timo. You gotta hydrate. You gonna lurkies? Hey! Timo! Thank you! Pew, 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 pew. Thank you. Hey! Thank you for the subby, Timo, and for the gifted subbies as well. I appreciate it very much. But yes, go take care of yourself, Timo. Like I said, if you haven't eaten, go eat. Isn't it early for you as well? You've supported me way more no, Timo. Shh. It's not about that. What matters is that you're here, right? So the rest doesn't matter. I appreciate you. I'm sorry I haven't been very chatty in streams lately. I'm always lurking. Do not perceive me. But I'm there. I'm watching. Next time I see you online, your next target. Oh shit, is that a threat, Timo? You out here making threats, sir? You see me lurk? No! Do not perceive me! Do not see me! Don't be perceiving the lurkers. We just minding our own business there. And I saw you got Wanderer as well. Congrats. I know a lot of people have pulled for him, but I don't know, man. Everyone's just like, oh yeah, he flies. I'm like, is that the reason that you pulled for him? Because he hovers and glides? I don't believe he flies. It's a lie. He hovers and he glides, and that's it. There ain't no flapping of anything to make that boy fly. He just glides in the air, and sometimes he's a helicopter. But that's it. He seems cool, but I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm very shitty with the anime characters. I'm dumb. So I'm just making excuses for not having him. You're very tired. Yes. Go, Timo. Get out of here. I already chased you away. Go eat food. Go get rest. Go have something to drink. Go take care of yourself. I already chased you before. Merry Christmas. Have a blessed stream. Thank you, Timo. Go take care of yourself. Get out of here. Don't make me get the popo. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been following this whole thing. I'm fighting my demons, but I'm also fighting my eyes from closing. I've been waking up so early since the Kruger. Like because we had to wake up at like 5:05 every morning. So my body just got used to it and now tries to wake me up early, and I'm like, bro, give me peace, man. But of course my body does not give me peace. My body's like, it's Uppy's time now. Uppy. When really what it wants is sleepy. Or what it needs is sleepy. Footprints? Oh. Okay, that wasn't helpful. Wow. So we found nothing, basically. Why isn't Hazel doing this? Isn't he the detective? He said you got Benny Borkin on the case. Yeah. Questionable choice. Questionable decision there, Hazel. No! Probably bent by Ito hanging out of the tree, like the animal that he is. Isn't that what he did in, there was like a promotional video of the event or whatever? And Ito like hangs down from something to scare people? Besides being a very Ito thing to do.
こんにちは。
Ah, it's the babies!
ごめんね。
一つ目小僧、それに陽子とカッパまで。どうしたんだ？手がかりを探していると聞いてな。手伝おうと
おや？
思ったのだ。へえ、勇気あるな。
Wow, guys, I have my ceiling light on and it's actually cooking me. I don't know if turning my ring light on instead would help at all. Because, whew.
そいつは絶対どこかの怖い悪霊か膨大な揚力を持つ邪悪な大妖怪だ。土地にしたってただものじゃない。でも
I just got a Siri suggestion for Christmas Day. I don't think it's Christmas Day anywhere in the world right now. I'm pretty sure it's well past for everyone in the world at this point.
この憧れがあったからこそ
It is especially Boxing Day today. Anyway, let me turn these lights off.
力に限りがあるからって
I wish I could hook this up with Siri, but it doesn't work with Siri.
参戦花祭りとは来る人に思う存分楽しんで
Hana Matsuri is the flower festival. Hina Matsuri is the anime that I was talking about before. I'm pretty sure.
じゃあ君たちにも頼むよ。しっかり探してくれ。
安心して。僕たちここには詳しいんだ。どんな手がかりだって見逃しはしないよ。
Siri, the new Internet Explorer? Wait, why? Did I miss the joke?
見てくれ。川の下流でこれを見つけた。
これはなんだ？
Oh, I'm sorry!
どうやら黒い布の切れ端のようだが。
Also, I wanted to post a picture and then I think I didn't. But, part of my Christmas gift. So we basically did almost like a Secret Santa, but without the secret part, so it was just Santa, I guess. But basically it was, like each person had a budget and then bought stuff for one person instead of, because like this year was kind of rough for all of us. So like we just decided to give one person like an extra special gift. And so one of the things that I got was a new phone case because my other phone case is like well fuggered. So I really needed a new one. And then Debbie was my gifter, but she got Ash to do something for me. I'll post it on IRL pics. I did take a picture of it, didn't I? I did! There it is. And she made a little BT21 case for me, which was really cute. But also kind of a nice surprise, because I only complained about my case being broken, like, on the holiday, so she must have done it, like, just before. In the like, what, day? In between when we got back and when we had Christmas. Because we got back on the 23rd, and then the 24th we just chilled at home, and then, yeah, Christmas was the next day. But finding phone cases for the 13 mini is a pain in the ass. Who wears black, though? Oh, it must be the other lady, right? The ghosty lady. But would she have fabric if she's a ghost? Once again, I did not pay that much attention to the dialogue because I was talking about my phone case. But yeah, it's super cute. And it's a see-through case as well, which is nice because I specifically went for the green iPhone. And I was like, what's the point of getting a colored phone if you're going to put a colored case over it? It's not exactly riveting dialogue, yeah. Even though it's spoken dialogue, it's not doing a good job at keeping my attention. And I also just need to keep an eye on the time. Oh, feels at the end? Hanabi? I love the smell of fireworks.
炎が残っておる痕跡から見て、そなたたちの見た鬼火は何かを模して作ったもの。
Fireworks, maybe? Just a thought. I don't know. Call me crazy. Where was the other one? Oh. Kappa!
隣の石の割れ目に変な粉が。少し取ってクンクンしてみたら。
Oh my god!
フラフラしてきて。
Was it cocaine? No. Doesn't cocaine make you, it gives you, I don't know how drugs work, man. It's a zipper, not a downer. Makes you everyone's reaction? Yeah, I mean, strange powder on the rocks. Boy sniffed it, and now he feels a little bit woozy. Makes you zoomies. Meth does that as well, right? The only... Okay, I don't know drugs very well, but like... Weed is a downer, right? It makes you slow down. Most drugs are... give you the zoomies. A stimulant, as opposed to a depressant. You know me, guys. I know all the drugs and their effects and stuff. The flavor. Do drugs taste like anything? Life's enough of a depressant. That's why there's so many drugs that are uppers. Take the fun drugs. The ones that balance your mental state. Is that what you mean? Those are the fun drugs? Fura fura. Don't know those drugs, to be fair. I don't know any of the drugs. Did she smoke bomb to disappear? She's actually a people, but she uses the smoke bombs to escape. Because she's obviously trying to throw us off, Hazel. She's trying to bamboozle us. Yes, Hazel? Oh, he's got a titty line over there. So Hazel's got titties. I wonder if he's got nipples. Or maybe he's related to Sino, who's got nothing. It's just a surfboard. Surfboard chest. Yeah, boys, let's go. Let's motherfucking go. Do I actually have load shedding tonight? Not a nipple between them. I wonder if any characters have nipples. Are any nipples ever visible? I don't think so, but I've also never looked. The only nipple I've looked for is Sino's, and he didn't have one, so I was disappointed. Don't know what I expected. No one has nipples? I mean, all the female characters and the child characters are going to be covered, but I don't know which male character's chest is that a mosquito? Bro, can you not? Literally no nipples? Oh man. Oh, that means the people of Tevat are not mammals. They're lizard people. Oh my god. The world of Tevat is just full of lizard people. That explains why we don't see any babies. Oh my god. Because they're all in hatcheries. Oh my god. The sky is fake and so are the implied nipples. It's not even implied nipples. They're lizard people. They don't need nipples. Oh my god. It's all making sense now. Do I need to go up? Did I goof? I goofed. Spatze! Oh, no, we're good. Not quite the beach, but close enough.
分かってたわ。やっぱりここまで探しに来たのね。
妖怪の仲間だと思ってたのに、あいつらはお前を見たことないって言ってたぞ。お前、一体誰なんだ？なんでオイラたちを脅かすんだよ。
言ったはずよ。話しかけるべきじゃないって。
This lady in English sounds like she's been smoking 50 years. I mean, if she's not the one huffing the fireworks cocaine, then, you know. Maybe that's why.
君のためにもね。そんな揚力じゃ僕たちを脅かすことはできないし。
Dipping into her own stash. Exactly.
なぜそのことを。
物をよりどころに生まれる妖怪は本体以外にも人の姿に化ける。本体の近くにいれば多少揚力を使えるけど、本体から離れすぎると力は衰えちゃうんだ。そして本体が壊れてしまったら、それをよりどころとして生まれた妖怪も消滅してしまう。物霊とでも言えばいいかな。それともつくも神の方がいいかい？
ややこしいことはいいわ。自分の名前がある。羽生田千鶴よ。
Rookie mistake. She was going to have a nipple for an eye, but they covered it with a flower. What's with the nipple censoring, man? ？Full of prudes. Yeah, because nobody got nipples there either.
そう。だからこそ君たちにもあんな悲しみを味わってほしくなかったの。悲
しみ？どういう意味だ？
妖怪たちから釜井様とモノノフが知り合うお話を聞いたわね。あの話、本当は続きがあるの。彼らの知らない続きがね。出会った時、モノノフはおよそ25だった。10年後、再会した2人はすぐにまた意気投合した。のみ。
Man, these cutscenes are fucking gorgeous. I just want to talk to the person who like directs this shit.
そしてまた10年、モノノフの剣術は極まり、なんと試合に勝つことさえあった。釜井様は驚いて酒を断ち、修行をし、再戦に燃えていた。
Oh shit!
でも次の10年目、人は約束を
Ah! Did he die?
南で起こった戦に駆り出されていたから。妖怪にとって10年など一瞬。釜井様は気にも留めなかった。けれど次の再会の時、釜井様は目を疑った。
Oh man.
モノノフは弱い65で傷だらけ、白髪だらけだった。
I'm not crying, you guys are crying.
まだ剣を握れるか。自分は年じゃ、もうそれには答えられん。こたびは別れを告げに参ったのだ。そうか。秋津羽遊びにもう一度付き合ってくれるか。それも良い。
モノノフは全力を尽くしたけれど、衰えた体力のため早々に退場となった。釜井様は羽子板を置いてしばらく黙り込み、長いため息をついた。
実に遺憾だ。
実に楽しみという言葉から実に遺憾まで、たったの数十年。 釜井様の要望が変わることはないのに、目の前にいる旧友は老け込んでいた。
Oh man.
出会った時の喜びも最後には遺憾という名の毒薬に変わってしまった。傍観者の方が冷静だと言うけれど、この一部始終を目撃した私は残酷なことに気づいたの。失望と悲しみは最初から起こる定めだった。私たちは人と寿命が異なれば性分も異なるけれど、同じ土地で生活している。お互い触れ合い惹かれ合って、それでも最後には別れが訪れるの。夢から目覚める時に残されるのは永遠の思念とどうしようもない苦痛だけ。見識の広い大妖怪でさえこうだったのよ。単純で善良な普通の妖怪たちが別れの時に味わう悲しみはいかほどか。
だからお前は。
この砂浜に身を潜め、最後の日が訪れる時を待っていた。彼らがたまたま秋津遊芸をここに置いたせいで、私は長い眠りから呼び覚まされたの。釜井様と人のもののふの話を聞いたからといって無限の期待と熱情を抱いたまま人と触れ合ってほしくなかった。だって二の前でしかないもの。
だからあんなおかしなことをしてここに来るやつを脅かそうとしたのか。前浜辺に閉じ込められた人もいたらしいけど、あれもお前なのか。なんでそいつにだけそんなひどいことしたんだよ。
私の力はもうだいぶ弱まっているわ。ほとんどは集めた道具で人を脅かすだけだったけれど、人が多い時は姿を現しにくくて。でもあいつは欲するものを貪り悪ことを知らなかった。秋津遊芸の置物を盗み去り高い値段で売ろうとした。だから揚力を使ってあいつを懲らしめたの。
そうだったのか。お前って意外と正義感があるんだな。そういえばあの釜井様と侍の話、お前はどうやって後半の内容を知ったんだ。
答えたくないならいいよ。僕には分かったからね。君の
モスキート。
この羽子板だろ。
羽子板？まさか。
数百年前、妖怪カマイと人間の侍が
Damn.
遊びで使った羽子板。
Is that why the flowers on her dress are broken?
そこに意識が芽生えたんだ。彼らの物語を一番近くで見届けたのは君だった。数百年の時が過ぎ、揚力による守りも虚しく、羽子板
Mentally, you're also. Oh man. You want to get hit by balls? Mentally, you want to get hit by balls? I mean, that's fine. Hi, Daddy. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Daddy. I hope you're doing well. Miko.
ミコのお姉さんまで失踪したわけじゃなかったのか。
ごめんなさい、八重様のご指示でして。
どうじゃ、驚いてくれたか。恐怖が未知によるものであれば、局面も
I'm good. Occupational hazard. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I'm doing good, Daddy. Good food, good company. I hope you've had the same.
やっぱりわざとオイラたちをビビらせたのかよ。
瞳、まず戻って他の者に肝試し大会の終了を知らせよ。優勝者はもう決まった。
真相もはっきりしたことだし、僕も依頼人に会いに行こうかな。窃盗未遂。
Good company is good food. I mean, if that's what floats your goat, then sure. I guess.
しようとして選んだってことは、千鶴のことを前から知ってたのか？
ミコ、八重様、あなたは。
Oh?
とある年の三千花祭り、わらわは狐西宮様の傍らで秋津羽遊びをなさっているのを眺めておった。あの時、汝を目にしたんじゃ。
A very Dharma Christmas? Oh no.
人の姿はなく、ただ
Good company and good food. Not good company is good food.
あなたは狐西宮様の肩に乗っている。
She was on the shoulder
先日わらわは浜辺で
as a little fox.
揚力を感じ取ったんじゃ。揚力はかすかなものじゃったが、汝を見つけた。汝は木の上に座って遠くにいる旅人を眺めておった。我慢しろ、人と関わるな。そう言って自らを戒めておる小さな声が聞こえた。
いつかしら、あなたに全く気づかなかった。
汝はそこまで力が弱っておるんじゃ。気づく方がおかしい。本当はずっと自分を責めておったんじゃろ。汝は心の中で、カマイと侍は秋津羽遊びで知り合うたのじゃから、自分も関係がないとは言い切れぬと負い目に感じておった。
当時、私はまだこのように人になることはできなくて、ただ朦朧とした意識しかなくて。
Also, load shedding is now on stage 1. I don't know if every people heard, but we're on stage 1 now. I don't know when that's going to change, or if it's going to change, because we haven't heard anything. But I don't remember the last time we were on stage 1.
私は心の中で自分を責め。
And the only reason I mentioned it is because I have an unlucky load shedding tonight. But I think the rest of the week is relatively kind. Oh no, wait, never mind. Friday is Gobungos, so that's cool, I guess. But we'll figure it out. I think I might need to shift tomorrow's stream around a bit. I will try to keep you guys up to date. Either posting on Twitter, which will then post on the Discord, or just post straight to Discord, I don't know.
なぜないと思う？汝と旅人は共に秋津遊芸をしたんじゃろ？どんな感じじゃった？
Yeah, it is. It's nice because like we were in the Kruger and we weren't really affected by the load shedding there. But then like we got news of like the thing dropping to stage 1. And that was nice because I was trying to relax on my holiday, and then when I came back I wouldn't have had to have worried, if that makes sense, about about having power. So yeah, that's quite nice.
侍の名は柳橋拓人。奴はソーラン一神流創始者というもう一つの身分を持っておった。奴はその剣術をカマイと切磋琢磨するうちに悟ったそうじゃ。そして三代目師範の富永正成もカマイと親しくなった。500年ほど前、カマイは富永と肩を並べて最後まで戦った。その時、富永が使った刀は柳橋から伝わったものじゃった。カマイが抱えていた遺憾の思いはその時に消え失せたんじゃ。
そうだったの。
わらわたち妖怪は確かに人とは違う。わらわたちにとって人の寿命は短すぎる。最後にはいつも通りすがりのものとなってしまう。じゃが出会いによって生まれた縁日というものはそこで途絶えることはない。また新しい形で受け継がれていくんじゃ。戸惑うことはない。婚姻矢のごとし。だからこそ見逃すことなく楽しむ。今の汝になら、我々が言っていることがわかるじゃろ。
おーい、サイコロたち。
なんでここま で来たんだ。
人々から事の経緯は聞いたぜ。それにお前がこの肝試し大会の最終決戦に勝ったってのもな。こいつの正体だって知ったぜ。だから俺様は他のやつと話し合って。お前この間の狐女じゃねえか。なんでここにいるんだ？
わらわのことは気にするでない。何を話し合ったんじゃ？
よく聞け。終了を祝って一緒に参戦花祭りをやることにした。
Man, Ito's voice actors are so good. Like all of them. We ain't playing favorites here, they're all good. I don't think any of the other characters, at least from what I've seen, have put as much oomph into their into their characters' personalities. I mean, I'm sure all of the VAs work really hard, but like Ito's characters, he just has so much life.
そりゃどういう意味だ？今回は俺様だけじゃなくて他のやつも手伝ってくれる。綾人の兄貴まで来てくれたぜ。今は
My bro. My bro Ayato. Oh man. Psycho. Man, this is cute as fuck. Oh my god, this is so cute! If they had such a fun character. I guess, yeah, they have to stay in character. So maybe for a lot of the characters, they're like very serious, very reserved. Ito has to be one of the most lively characters. Ayato makes you take a nap. The English one is strange. I don't know. I don't know how I felt about it. But the Japanese, so he sounded very like snobby, pretentious in English, but in Japanese, he's almost like mocking. He's like, I don't want to say arrogant, but I can't think of a better word. But in like a snarky older brother teasing you kind of way. It felt very different in English. I don't know why. And I don't know what his Chinese personality is like, but he seems to be like two different personalities in the different languages. And I don't know if that is the case or if it's just how I perceived it, but between the English and the Japanese, he seemed very different. Man, this is cute as fuck. They've got a food stall with, what is this? Dango? They got the water balloons. The masks. Got more foods. All the things. There's, what are those ones? Takoyaki, onigiri, sushi, dango, egg roll. I don't know what egg roll. Oh, so I was looking at the octopus balls, takoyaki. I can never remember the name because I always think of Zaka from Animal Crossing instead. And they've got archery as well. This is cute as hell, man. Enjoy the Mikawa Flower Festival. I need to get going soonish. I haven't had takoyaki in years, but I think about it all the time.
超でっけえ魚が釣れて大きすぎて処理に困ったぐらいだぜ。それで八重堂にまで手紙を書いたんだ。
そんな悩みがあるなんて。
そんなにでっかいやつなのか。なんで教えてくれなかったんだよ。オイラが食べてやったのに。
八重堂に手紙？
そうだ。俺様は月刊漢字に投稿してひなさんに相談したんだ。ひなさんってのは本当に優しい人ですぐに返事をよこしてくれた。
奇遇だな。俺も普段そこで副業をしてるんだが、この間たまたま似たような悩みを受けた。
超でっけえ魚が釣れたって悩みか？まさか。まさか釣りで俺様と互角に渡り合えるやつが存在するってことなのか？ダメだ。こうしてる場合じゃねえ。お前ら先に祭りを回れ。今日はもっとでっかいやつを釣られる。
Actually a fucking goober, this man.
釣れたら魚の宴をごちそうしてやるよ。
It's the most expressive faces I've ever seen.
あとちょっと。紐が切れちゃった。難しいな。よいみや姉さん、本当にヨーヨーって釣れるの？
心配しんとき、うちの秘訣を伝授したら。見抜いて素早く。これに限るで。ヨーヨー釣り、娯楽小説で読んだことあるぞ。試してみ。片っぽの目一つ閉じてちゃんと見定めたらうまい具合に素早く釣るんや。見るからに難しそうだぞ。旅人にやらせよう。オイラたち3人いるから少なくとも3つ釣ってくれないとだぞ。
でもよいみや姉さん、僕が目を一つ閉じると
Because he's only got one eye. Ah!
ラーメンおいしい。
そうですね。久しぶりにいただきました。
彩香は普段ラーメンをあまり食べないのか？あんなに美味しいのに。
あなたたちでしたか。すみません。ラーメン2つ追加でお願いいたします。脂っこく塩分も多いからと周りに食べる機会を制限されてしまうのです。ラーメンも鍋も普段はいただきません。大変ね。
Seems like an interesting. Oh, you've been watching it? Oh, Risu-sama, it's so good. I fucking actually talking to you about it has made me want to go and watch that second season.
お腹いっぱい。少し眠い。季節少し。
You just started episode 5. Damn, you blitzing through that. Risu-sama, you just been watching it straight up since I mentioned it. It's fucking good, let me tell you. The fuck, Paimon? Shut up! Fucking rude ass floating melon. I'm glad you're finding it interesting though. I really enjoyed it. I really fucking enjoyed it. Easily one of my favorite anime from this year. I don't know if it came out this year or what, but the second season did recently. And I think it came out a few years ago actually, but I watched it this year and I fucking, oh man, I enjoyed it so much. Whoa, the housewife is bargaining for us. Thank you. He's saving our household some money. gladly hear other recommendations. I might have to open my Crunchyroll to have a look for you, because I don't have very good memory. Also, can I say something random? I recently rearranged my apps based on the color of the app, and I've never found it easier to find the apps I'm looking for. This is what I mean when I say I recognize people by color in chat. So if you change your color, I'm not gonna recognize you. Literally. I have such a strong association with color. In school as well, all my subjects were color-coded. I don't remember all of them now, but math was red and English was yellow. I think Afrikaans might have been orange. Oh, I don't know if you know Life Lessons with Uramichi Onisan. I've been watching that and that's fucking funny. Did you know that all the popular apps logos are highly engineered to appeal to the user? Really? For me it's color, like... I don't really look at the actual picture itself. I look at the color. And heaven help me if the fucking app changes their fucking icon. I will never find them again. It needs to be the same color, otherwise it's gone. It's lost to the abyss of time. The colors... Ah! Yeah, color is very important. I have... The most apps that I have of a particular color is blue. Very little orange. About the same green and purple. Less red. The least is yellow. But obviously that depends on what I use, right? There was a study. Oh, that's very interesting. So my power is going to go off soon. But the other anime that I wanted to recommend was the Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting. I just want to write it here quickly. So life... Whoops. Why do I keep doing that? Life lessons with Uramichi Oni-san. I also really enjoyed the Yakuza's... Oops. Yakuza's Guide to Babysitting. This... Oh, man. This is another... I really like Slice of Life, to be honest. That's mostly what I watch. I started watching Classroom of the Elite, but it seems weird. I've heard that it's amazing. Obviously Spy Family. I fucking love Spy Family. If you haven't watched Gintama as well... The Devil is a Part-Timer. It's kind of old, but I know the second season came out more recently and it's amazing. I love it. It's fantastic. I mentioned Hina Matsuri earlier, and then there was another one. Platinum End was kind of garbo. Fuck, there was another one that I've watched that I really enjoyed. What was it called? I can't find it now. But if I think of anything else, Risu-sama, I will try and let you know. Those are just the ones that I could find on my Crunchyroll. But before my power goes out, let's see if I can just... I don't know if I'll be able to... I don't know if my... Actually, hold on. Let me turn off Genshin. And let me just take a seat. If I just reduce all the things I have open, maybe that'll help. Close. No. Close, close, close. You got Discord? I do. Classroom of the Elite was nice, but also kind of weird. Yeah, I also watched an anime that ended up being I don't know if it wasn't a hentai. I don't know, it was weird, but it was like, oh, I can't remember. World End Harem or something. I watched it because I hate not finishing things, but I didn't enjoy it at all. I thought it was garbos. But like I said, I hate not finishing things. Thank you, Risa-sama. And of course, you're welcome to use all of the channels. Oh, actually, we'll just go to Yoda, because Yoda's currently live. Hell yeah. World's End Harem? Yeah. I didn't enjoy it. I thought it was hot garbo. Like, in the worst kind of way. not like, whew, kind of hot. Like, like, garbage on a warm day kind of garbo. So I did not enjoy that at all. Animes be weird. Yeah, I don't know why I continued watching it, to be honest. That was my own fault for continuing to watch it, but... yeah. Risu? A stack of sticks. That's interesting. I may ask you someday why it is a stack of sticks. Alright, let me set up that raid. We're going to Yoda, because Yoda's playing... Genshin at the moment as well, and he's not only mod of the channel, friend of the channel, he's just a good peepo, and I think you guys should go and watch him. I realize now we're sitting in silence, but my power is going off soon, so I want to say grab that raid message, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. I'll try and keep you guys in the loop of what's happening. But yes, everyone, please do take care of yourselves. Have some good food, have some good company, or, you know, just treat yourself and have a wonderful evening. Go stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do. But yes, also, let's take all the love in our hearts. We're going over to Yoda's. Risu is Finnish for stick or small. I love that. That's adorable. Thank you, Risu. But yeah, everyone, take care. Yeah, it was good to stream again. Couldn't believe how long it had been. But yes, I will see you guys. Bye. We're just gonna go, yeah?